Call a meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out. I wanted to open with a couple of comments. We had an opportunity, council members had an opportunity to tour a pretty special building. We have been working for more than, well, for certainly more than 7 or 8 years now on getting approval for, funding for, and the construction of our new homeless shelter here in Coquitlam. This is a panorama shot, so it looks a little bit curved. This shelter building is set to open shortly, but I want to acknowledge one in particular, and it's the next photo. This is Sandy Burpee. He didn't want this picture taken. He definitely didn't want this picture taken. I had to fool him into telling him I was just trying to focus the camera. But the backdrop wouldn't have been possible without him. We wouldn't have it today. And this man, when he first spoke to me about this perhaps 12 years ago, his vision for having a freestanding homeless shelter here in we call it a permanent homeless shelter here in Coquitlam. We were working at the time on some temporary shelters, cold wet weather mats, but he worked hard to build support throughout the community. It's almost exactly 5 years ago tonight that we had a marathon public hearing on this rezoning of a piece of land that council contributed for this project. Public hearing brought out hundreds of people, including neighbors, both for and mostly against, community groups, churches, and the homeless themselves. But council made the courageous step at that point to go forward with the rezoning for the good of our community and for many. But it was largely because of the work of Sandy. I want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Burpee for the tremendous work that he did in a tremendous vision that resulted in our getting to tour a facility that I think is going to serve and help restore the lives of hundreds of people in the coming years. Thank you very much, Sandy. Don't take my picture, he said. He knows what you're up to. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. First item this evening is the minutes of the public hearing held on Monday, November 23rd. Recommendation to approve.
Moved by Councillor Marsden, second by Councillor Hodge. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 2 is minutes of the regular council meeting held on Monday, November 23rd, and I believe part of November 24th, that the minutes of the regular council meeting held on Monday, November 23rd be approved.
Moved by Councillor Asmunsen, seconded by Councillor Marsden. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 3 is minutes of the Strategic Priorities Standing Committee meeting of Thursday, October 8th. Recommendation to receive.
Moved by Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Zerillo. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 4 is minutes of the Coquitlam River Aggregate Advisory Committee meeting of Wednesday, October 28th. Recommendation to receive.
Moved by Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Marsden. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item of business arising out of that committee's meeting has resulted in a committee recommendation to council, and this concerns the review of the committee's terms of reference. The committee recommendations that council endorse a revised mandate for the Coquitlam River Aggregate Advisory Committee as follows. That the mandate of the committee is to monitor responsibility by all levels of government, the aggregate mining industry, and other stakeholders in order to remedy any possible adverse impacts of industry and or other activity on the Coquitlam River, and to help improve the health of the Coquitlam River. The committee will also report on the positive measures taken by the aggregate producers and other stakeholders in the community to protect the river and promote the results.
Moved by Councillor Zerillo, second by Councillor O'Neill. My preference would have been, instead of remedy, which sounds retroactive, mitigate or something like that, but I assume the committee put some thought to the wording they wanted. No other speakers. Question is a revised mandate. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Second item of business arising out of that committee's meeting concerns their 2016 work plan. And the committee recommendation to council is that the Coquitlam River Aggregate Advisory Committee's 2016 work plan be approved by council.
Moved by Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Wilson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 5 is minutes of the Coquitlam 125 Anniversary Steering Task Force meeting of Thursday, November 5th. Recommendation to receive.
Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Hodge. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 6 are the informal notes of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee meeting of Tuesday, November 10th. Recommendation to receive.
Moved by Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Towner. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 7 is a bylaw for final adoption. It concerns Intermunicipal Business License Amendment Bylaw number 4589. Staff recommendations that council give fourth and final reading to Intermunicipal Business License Amendment Bylaw number 4589.
Moved by Councillor Hodge, seconded by Councillor Marsden. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Next item pertains to the subject of the 2016 budget. We have the verbal report of the mayor concerning the 2016 to 2020 financial plan.
Thank you and good evening. Tonight is what I consider to be our most important annual council meeting as we discuss the budget for the coming year. This is a fulsome process that we undergo for staff and council in order to ensure that we are diligent managing the public purse in a strategic, cost-effective, and forward-thinking way. Interestingly, this is our second budget presentation this calendar year, as we delayed the full deliberations of the 2015 budget to the beginning of this year due to last fall's municipal elections. So, for the first time in 3 years, no one around the table is new to this process. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the work of my council colleagues. This is the second budget for Councillor Dennis Marsden and Councillor Terry Towner. The third budget for Chris Wilson and Benita Zarillo. The fifth budget for Craig Hodge and Terry O'Neill. And budget number 11 or more for the people in the middle here, myself, Brent Asmundson, and May Reed. And I believe that's a pretty healthy situation, where fresh voices join with more experienced voices on a council with a wide range of political views and perspectives to strike a balance of stability, responsibility, along with fresh ideas and innovation. And that's the word that captures this budget. It's a balance. We are constantly hearing from residents through various channels, our Citizens Satisfaction Survey, town hall meetings, the citizen budget process, project-specific budget consultation, and of course through conversations, whether by phone, email, social media, or face-to-face. I thank all of our residents who try to be engaged in the workings of the city. Your feedback is invaluable to us as we continue to listen to you. And balance applies there as well. For example, at our most recent town hall meeting, I couldn't help but notice the wide range in what people want and expect from their municipal government. Residents who attended, whether virtually or in person, offered many opinions and made many requests, from requests for new or improved services or infrastructure right now, to requests for an increase in free or subsidized services from the city, to the outright objection to any new or increased taxes. How do we as a council balance the wants and needs of the community when they are so varied? This is particularly challenging in an environment of ongoing downloading from other levels of government. Some of these are new costs downloaded to us, responsibilities that used to belong wholly to other levels of government and are now resting squarely on our shoulders. And some of these are new interfaces, pieces that still rest with other levels of government, but in which we are now involved. As an example, the federal government has asked all municipalities to cover the cost of DNA testing in criminal cases from our municipal policing budget, a cost that used to be borne by the federal government. This seems minor, though it works out to about $140,000 a year for our city, more than the cost of an additional police officer. When all of these added costs are totaled, they're all minor added costs, most of them, but these small downloads have large impacts. And finally, there are other projects of senior governments that are not necessarily downloaded on us, but they're not a budget item tonight. And they're not a budget item tonight, but these items require our involvement through staff or council time because they're priorities for our community that are being managed by agencies or other levels of government. This includes issues like the future of Riverview, like schools, such as the tremendous work that our City Hall and our City Manager, Pete Steblin, underwent to finally achieve the recent capital announcement for Smiling Creek Elementary, and transit. And the Evergreen Line is coming, but all of the work we're doing to achieve some measure of improvements in our transit system. One thing we can do, and we are doing, is work to expand revenues in other areas to help offset the burden to the taxpayer. This year we approved a number of revenue-generating changes, mostly for development-related services, aimed at ensuring that the costs of development are covered by development. This includes increased development cost charge rates, as well as potentially broadening the community amenity contribution, which will allow us to provide new or improved amenities or infrastructure for our growing community without looking to taxpayers to fund them. Yet, we know with increased growth, there will be increased demand on services. We want to always ensure that we are investing in required service expansions in a measured, strategic way through a solid corporate planning process that incorporates continuous improvement. We need to prioritize what happens annually and how through our business plan, which links back directly to a financial plan as well as a long-range strategic plan. Sometimes that means ending a practice or a process that is no longer necessary. Some 25 items were added to our stop doing list in 2015 alone, to the rejoicing of Councillor O'Neill. In other instances, we'll be improving process efficiency through the use of technology. We're reviewing our processes or performing cyclical reviews with the goal of finding operating efficiencies. 11 business improvement items will be completed in 2015. Our goal is continuous improvement. And what will you see in 2016? So here are the numbers. Looking at the 2016 budget, Council has approved a tax increase of 2.27%, the lowest tax increase since 2005, and a 7th year in a row of declining increases. So what kind of return on investment will this increase yield for you this year? I'd like to walk through a number of key spending areas for you this evening. It may come as no surprise to you that this year infrastructure, again, is our largest area of spending, with more than $74 million invested across the city. We hear repeatedly from residents that roads and transportation constitute a key focus area. We don't hear as often about utility infrastructure, partly because they're hidden. Yet it's at least as important that when you turn on the tap or flush your toilet, everything needs to work the way it's intended to. Some would say it's more important. And it's not just about building new roads and utilities, but ensuring that we are taking care of these valuable assets once they're in place. Some of these projects you'll see within the year, while others are budgeted for completion in subsequent years. Of the $74 million this year in infrastructure, $26 million of these capital dollars will go to Parks, Rec, and Culture for projects including continued acquisition of new parkland, upgrading aging facilities, and beginning the Southwest Coquitlam YMCA facility, which is scheduled to open in 2018. Of course, we've added approximately 74 acres of we've added approximately 74 acres of parkland over the last 5 years. And with the investment I've just mentioned, expansion of our parkland will continue. $19 million will go to transportation infrastructure. Half of that will fund expansion of our transportation network, including multimodal improvements such as the crosstown cycling route. The other half will go toward caring for our existing infrastructure system. $11 million will fund utility systems such as the expansion into northeast Coquitlam, including Partington Creek. The development of this area will eventually yield significant revenues for the city through our land sales in this neighborhood. In all, over the next 5 years, will invest $79 million in transportation projects, including $240,000 to support our pavement rehabilitation program, $33 million over 5 years to support road rehabilitation, and nearly $40 million in transportation expansion over 5 years, mostly through development cost charges. We know that road congestion continues to be a top priority, and with the rejection of last spring's transit referendum and no clear regional plan to improve transit in the short term, we know that roads, paving, and parking will continue to be an important and potentially costly municipal issue. On the utility side, the city manages 3 important utilities: sewer and drainage, water, and solid waste. We're always striving to keep these costs as low as possible while producing good and reliable service to residents. For example, our change to our new solid waste system in 2014 saved the average homeowner about 20% on their annual utility bill. And we're working to keep these rates fair between single-family and multifamily homes. But it's worth noting that much of the cost of managing these utilities is outside our control. It comes from Metro Vancouver levies. We will continue to do what we can on our end to keep these costs down while ensuring that you are provided quality services. And while in past years we've had to increase average water utility rates due to cost pressures, this year Council was able to avoid an increase. This is in recognition that 2015 was a heavy conservation year, and for the most part, when asked to do so, Coquitlam residents stepped up and ensured that they weren't using more water than they needed. There were lots of wonderful brown lawns out there this summer because brown is the new green. Make no mistake, water conservation will continue to be an issue in Metro Vancouver as we see longer and warmer summers. But Council wanted to give residents a small token of recognition of their efforts over the unusually warm and dry summer. Another key spending area is public safety, an area that consistently ranks high in importance among residents. In that direction, Coquitlam Council will be funding 6 new RCMP members this year. These officers will be an expansion of the U-Crew, or Uniformed Crime Reduction Unit. These new officers will join those hired last year who have quickly showed strong success in proactive, evidence-based patrolling of problem areas, particularly on property and vehicle crime. Another major area of investment always is our Parks, Rec, and Culture Department. There have been significant work taking place in this department over the past couple of years. I want to thank everyone who contributed to the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan, a tremendous body of work that is supported by several other key plans. We now have a guiding document to bring these many pieces together in a coordinated and strategic way. In addition to the funding for parks and facilities mentioned previously, there will also be enhancements to services this year. For example, Town Centre Park will see upgrades such as lighting and new washrooms. There will also be a number of new parks, trails, and green space improvements and upgrades throughout the entire community. In fact, we expect to spend approximately $25 million to improve some 30 acres of parkland over the next 5 years. Planning for the future. Of course, the significant amount of our investment today will be planning future projects in the city. This includes, for example, the Burquitlam-Lougheed Neighbourhood Plan, the Partington Creek Neighbourhood Centre Master Plan, including some much-desired services and amenities for Burke Mountain, the Northwest Burke Vision, providing some clarity for remaining lands in northeast Coquitlam, the Heritage Management Plan, an effort to protect Coquitlam's history through this rapid time of change, and the implementation of the Housing Affordability Strategy, a plan that has been 2 years in the making and that we'll be discussing later this evening. We know that housing affordability is one of the most pressing issues in the region, and our Council is committed to addressing it. But all of these plans and the resulting growth can't happen without the people to make it work. As such, in this year's budget, we've approved 2 new staff on the development, servicing, and planning side, and 3 new staff on the building permits side. These staff will help ensure that development applications and building permits will be processed in a more timely and efficient manner, which will help ensure that these positions ultimately are funded by the development that they support. For our business taxpayers, we will work to maintain our commitment to you to provide a community where you can establish and maintain a business and provide quality jobs to our residents. Once again this year, we have implemented our 1% tax shift, our long-term effort to ensure our business tax rates are competitive so we can attract jobs. As well, we are increasing our support for our Economic Development Office, as well as the implementation of the tourism strategy. In fact, this year we've committed $500,000 to an Economic Development Reserve Fund, with funding from casino revenues precisely to ensure that we support local business success and job creation. And finally, 2016 will be a year of celebration. Coquitlam turns 125 this year, and we've got a whole year of celebration planned, from the Activate kickoff event on January 2nd to the Kaleidoscope Arts and Culture Festival in July, to block parties and neighborhood nights and so much more. It's going to be a fun year. Next September, we'll host the 55-plus BC Games, and I hope that many Coquitlam residents will, it says seniors here, but I'll say residents, will participate and represent our host community, whether as athletes, volunteers, or spectators. You can join these games at age 55. I'm barely there, but I'm going to be competing this coming summer. And stop it. We will open the new Performance Plaza in Town Center Park this summer, in time for all these amazing celebrations. In addition, in 2015, we participated, and this is a real accolades to our staff, we participated in the Communities in Bloom program, and we were awarded a 5 Bloom Award in the provincial competition, a practically unheard of first-time feat, and a credit to so many volunteers and community leaders that participated in that program. Our community will continue to come alive in 2016 as we aim for the next level in this program. Make no mistake, 2016 is going to be a big year. There's an energy and an excitement among staff and council and our residents right now as we are gearing up. We're looking forward to celebrating with you and showing off all that Coquitlam is, was, and will be. But we also remain deeply committed to maintaining fiscal responsibility through all this celebration and fun. We want to keep Coquitlam as a growing, thriving, inclusive, and satisfied community. Thank you.
Next item is item 9, which is the 2016 5-year financial plan and capital program bylaws. Staff recommendations that Council give first, second, and third readings to the 2016 5-year financial plan bylaw number 4609. That Council give first, second, and third readings to the following bylaws which support the 2016 capital program. This is the Drainage Development Cost Charge Reserve Fund Expenditure Bylaw number 4611, Drainage Area 2 Development Cost Charge Reserve Fund Expenditure Bylaw number 4641, Sewer Development Cost Charge Reserve Fund Expenditure Bylaw number 4610, Water Development Cost Charge Reserve Fund Expenditure Bylaw number 4613, Transportation Development Cost Charge Reserve Fund Expenditure Bylaw number 4612, Parkland Improvement Development Cost Charge Reserve Fund Expenditure Bylaw number 4615, Parkland Acquisition Development Cost Charge Reserve Fund Expenditure Bylaw number 4614. And finally, that Council approve the following allocations from statutory reserve funds which support the 2016 capital program. Land Sale Reserve, $22,900,000. Vehicle Replacement Reserve, $5,078,500.
Moved by Councillor Asmussen, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. I'm happy to say that tonight I will be supporting this budget. I want to thank, first off, the staff and my council colleagues for all their efforts in delivering what I feel is a sustainable budget that addresses the needs of our city. I can support this increase as it's about value for the tax dollar and addresses those things that residents have said to me directly what's most important. The 227, as the mayor has pointed out, is the increase we have before us. It's comprised of 1.14%, which is a base increase. These are contractually and legally obligated increases. This is for our staff what they've got under their contracts, as well as the funds to operate the new facilities, the parks, and the infrastructure that we've approved. A further 1.13 of new spending, of which I'm going to speak to 2 points. The 0.73% increase for the 6 RCMP officers. That's critical so that as we move forward, we can address the safe streets that our residents want to have. We look forward positively to the arrival of SkyTrain. While now deferred into 2017, we will have the officers in place to ensure that specific hot crime target areas are addressed and get the attention they need. And what I would hope to see is that when this train does arrive, if there are elements on it that are less than desirable, they'll be greeted by one of our yellow striped uniformed officers and perhaps take their attention to other cities. A further 0.38% for the planning department. This is in response to criticism I think we've heard that we are reactive to developer requests as opposed to proactive. It's my expectation with this commitment that we will help get ahead of the curve and ensure that our planning department has the support that they need to plan the neighborhoods and the developments in advance so we're able to build the community that we want to see and not just react to what's presented to us. As I said, this is about value for the tax dollar. And in this budget, while we're delivering the 1.14 in the base, there's actually a further 2.6% in improved services and programs as outlined on page 3 and 4 of the document you've got before you. These items I look at as equivalent of a 3.74% increase in current improved services, all for 2.27%. In retail terms, it's like getting a 40% off sale. You just bought your new suit, your new car, and you saved 40% at the till. We've achieved that because we've managed our money better. I'm happy to report that we'll see a minimum of $300,000 in increased revenue this year from our banks and credit unions, where our money is invested, and not from our taxpayers. This is a result of actions that I championed, my colleagues supported, and our finance department implemented. These are not overly complex decisions, but they mirror the advice that I provided to clients for years. I'm happy to see that my colleagues are interested and supportive of this type of discussion, and I can see more that we will do in the years to come. I am most pleased with the commitment to economic development. It's a major step forward in achieving our strategic goal of expanding local jobs and prosperity. These funds, with the support of my council colleagues, will help deliver on my vision of a vibrant working community, one in which when the SkyTrain doors open in the mornings at each of our stations, more people will exit the train to go to work in Coquitlam than get on to pursue jobs elsewhere. Like all visions, this is long-term, but with proper financial management and decisions such as we've made in this budget, we can achieve it, and I look forward to working with this council in the years to come and this staff to do more of the same. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you very much. I too will be supporting this budget. One of the reasons is that, as the mayor pointed out, for the 7th year in a row, the rate of increase has declined. Don't know how much lower it can go, but it's certainly lower than it was 7 years ago. And in a way, it'd be very difficult for it not to be lower. That high increase, I think it was around 7%, came during the economic meltdown that gripped the world, and the city had to do a lot to try to respond to that. But it has been going down steadily. The year before Councillor Hodge and I got onto council, it was a 3.18% increase, and it's gone down steadily ever since then. And it's not just one person or two people, it's the whole team working on this. I don't know how much longer we can continue lowering the rate of increase. I'd like to hope that we can continue lowering that to get it closer to what's affordable by our residents and taxpayers. It involves council discipline, and it also involves us being respectful of taxpayers. You know, unlike a private business, we're not subject to market forces. If I'm producing refrigerators and I think, well, I need to raise my prices, but boy, I better not, because the competition might undercut me or I might lose some customers. They're going to have to look for some more efficiencies. At City Hall, if we need to raise taxes basically we carry that, we carry a pretty big cudgel to make sure that those taxes get paid. Ultimately, we can seize your house if you don't pay those taxes. So we have to be quite respectful. But we are, I think, doing a very good job. Our customer satisfaction survey and the number of people who are very satisfied, very happy, or simply satisfied and happy continues to be very, very high. And I think it's a reflection of the good work that we're doing on the budget and provision of services. Councillor Marsden talked about the good value for our dollar, and that's something, a note that I'd made to myself as well. I think we are getting good value for the dollar. There are another thing that reason I think that the citizen satisfaction remains quite high, even though the tax increases are double the rate of inflation, is that, and I did some research on this, is that the household income and wages and salaries, both of those, have increased over the last decade by 2 or 3 times more than the rate of inflation. So the wages and salaries being taken home, or the 10-year average is 4.1% increase. The household income 10 years, it wasn't 10-year average, so it is a 10-year average, 4.1% a year. Household income 4.6%, and the inflation 1.3%. So the actual inflation that somebody's facing at home for all the different things they have to buy, they're able to cope with that with the increase. Now, this is for all of British Columbia, not necessarily Coquitlam, so I don't know exactly how it's affecting Coquitlam. I'm sure that housing prices, specifically in the Lower Mainland, would have a sort of deleterious effect on that. But the best statistics I can find show that our residents are, at least in British Columbia, are keeping up with and surpassing inflation. So that's good. Now, as the mayor pointed out, there's a lot of good new things happening in this budget. But there are some things happening. One thing in particular that I may be the lone voice on council opposing this, and it won't prevent me from supporting the overall good stuff that the budget is doing. But I have some real concerns about the Economic Development Reserve Fund. It's $500,000 that's coming from casino revenue. It's not earmarked for anything in particular. It's $500,000 that's just sitting there, and if the for economic development. Now, I've got questions not only on the practical but sort of on the philosophical level about this fund, whether it's the proper role of a government to actually be actively involved to this extent in economic development, or whether there should be private industry looking after itself, whether it should be the Chamber of Commerce or something, maybe upping their dues and having their own economic development initiatives. I don't know exactly whether it's, but I don't believe it's the government's role to do this. We also have the question of how we're going to measure success here. Whether we know that any economic growth that takes place is a result of our work, or whether it's just natural economic growth. We see economic growth now. Is it because of the modest economic development that we do, economic development initiatives that we do now, or is it just happening because we're a well-located city and a well-run city and beautiful natural surroundings? We don't know, and there's really not going to be any way of measuring that. More specifically on the $500,000, it's not earmarked for any particular project. When somebody comes up with an idea of how to use it, they're going to come to council and ask for our permission. I don't know of really any other department in the city that works that way. So I've got some concerns about that. But that's something I'll have to watch, and I urge all of council, and I'm sure they will. We'll be asking tough questions as people come forward asking to spend money out of this fund. But I'll specifically be watching very carefully about how that money is spent. You know, going forward, we have challenges as well. There's always the challenge of all of our labor costs, both management and out in the field. And I really look to the provincial government here to help us rationalize the bargaining system for dealing with everybody, and rather than scolding us for overspending in this area, because a lot of it has to do with the system. So I call on the provincial government to take some leadership here and to help out the municipalities that are dealing with labor settlements that the public perceives to be out of line. We also have to be, there's a lot of one-time expenditures in this budget that are funded from surpluses or reserves or things like that, and that's not ultimately long-term sustainable. especially out of surplus. Our surplus has been driven in the last several years and really augmented by a large vacancy rate in the RCMP, as they could not fill all the openings that we had provided, that we had funded. But now they've cranked up the depot in Saskatchewan, and they are producing all these new recruits and new officers, and so we're pretty well up to full strength now. And that means we won't have the vacancy rate that we had before, and that means our surplus will likely be impacted. So we have to watch very closely there. A really wonderful challenge that we have in this year and going forward is managing the growth on Burke Mountain, and also managing, and the other hat we wear in a way is the city owns quite a bit of land on Burke Mountain, and we'll be reaping significant benefits from the sale of that land. How we manage those receipts and what we do with them, whether the big question, I guess, is sort of what benefit do we get now? What do we save for the long-term future generations from now? That's a really good problem to have. It's going to be an ever-increasing vault full of good stuff that regardless of what we do, there's going to be a benefit for the community. So I think that's going to take up some of our time in the next year or two as we decide what to do with that. So anyway, I support as well the continuing tax shift to lower the burden on businesses. That's certainly, getting back to my concern about Economic Development Reserve Fund, to me, the number one thing we can and we should be doing is working on reducing the tax rate on businesses here in the city. All in all, though, back to the beginning, I support this. I'm glad that we're being very responsible and prudent with our great responsibility of handling taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you. Before tonight, I had made a few notes, but listening to the previous speakers, I already see a theme emerging: the importance of the budget, the challenges that we face, and creating balance. I think putting together the annual budget is one of the most important tasks that we do as a council each year. It's also one of the hardest because we must balance the growing list of things that we need to do and the requests that residents make for improvements and more services. We have to balance that against the requests that we hear from residents to keep tax increases as low as possible. Last year during the election, I heard several key messages from residents. First, we want more police officers to keep us safe, especially near the new SkyTrain stations, and we want more enforcement of speeding on our residential streets. Last year, or this past year, we just recently added 6 new officers dedicated to work high crime areas in Coquitlam to increase visibility and have a street presence. This budget allows for 6 more to be added to the Special Uniform Crime Reduction Unit. So now we will have 2 teams able to cover more hot spots and to work at different times of the day. I'm also pleased that the police chief, during the budget presentations, announced that he'd been able to find 2 officers within his detachment through reorganization that he will be able to add to doing traffic enforcement, and that'll be at no additional cost to the taxpayer. So I think we're going to be able to address both of those concerns. Another concern that I heard was parking, both in neighborhoods and around the new SkyTrain stations. The addition of another bylaw officer to deal with primarily with secondary suite issues will also be able to help in that area that of parking in neighborhoods that are often attributed to secondary suites. And as part of the $259 million in the 5-year capital program, part of that will be used to create a new park and ride spots in Coquitlam, and which, once built, should relieve some of the pressure there near the SkyTrain station. However, I do think that down the road we're going to have to do something in the town center area, but as we said, we can't do everything all at once. I also heard how much people love our parks and our green space, and there's money in the 5-year capital plan, as the mayor said, to create new parks, upgrade existing parks, including infrastructure upgrades at the town center parks, which will hopefully include washrooms there. But I also heard the concerns from residents who said that property tax increases in recent years have been greater than the increase in their wages or their pensions. But we have made progress there. The mayor mentioned, and several councillors have mentioned, that in the past 7 years, we have seen the size of the annual tax increase shrink each year from the previous year. This increase of 2.27% is the lowest increase in 10 years and is the second time in the past 20 years that we've had an increase below the 2.3 level. We had another one at 2.27 about 15 years ago. But, you know, some municipalities have started to add separate levies to their tax bills for park expansion or for infrastructure reserve replacement or emergency services in addition to their taxes. And we don't do that. Our actual budget increase is only 2.27%. And even when combined with the annual business tax shift, which I support, it remains one of the smallest residential tax increases this city has seen in 20 years. And that's because of hard work by our staff and all of our councillors who have really worked to try to provide the things that we've asked for, the things that we need, and still recognize the fact that we've got to try to keep that tax increase as low as possible. Are there some things in this budget I disagree with? Yes. There are some that I probably wouldn't on their own approve, but I think that it's interesting that we have to look at the budget in its entirety. I think one of the things that I believe is that we should be setting more money aside for future facilities and for infrastructure maintenance. That's one of the things that I think we have to work on in the future. And I think that, that we're going to have to find ways to make sure that we don't, in future years, find ourselves where we have to do big catch-up increases like we're finding in other parts of the Lower Mainland. But today, this process is about trying to find a balance between the funding of all these residents' requests, the needs of a growing city against the desire to keep taxes as low as possible, and thus compromises had to be made. Our staff and my colleagues have worked really hard to put this budget together, and I think we've found that balance in this budget, and that's the reason that I'm going to be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Well, I won't go over everything that everyone else has gone over because I've been through many, many budgets. And this year, it's mostly been about managing growth and climate change, believe it or not. The climate change that we've been seeing in the last month or so with floods and floods and floods, and we're building up on the side of a mountain, it's given our staff a lot to think about, and we have had spent a lot of money on staff in storm cleanup. As every year, there's things some of us like and some of us don't. So we have to juggle the funds and we have to debate amongst ourselves. We definitely don't always agree, but we come out here believing that we've made the best and considered decision that we can. This year we have lots of parks building and updating parks. Infrastructure gets old and it's also very costly. The staff increases is in the department, the planning development area, that literally pays for itself, and we need to be more efficient so that we can continue our growth and continue serving the public, those folks that are helping to build our community in the best way possible. As always, you hear that I am first for police and fire. I believe those are the two things, safety, that we owe our citizens above all. I'd like to say that through the years, sitting here, things have changed a lot. I was quite excited last year when our new fire chief came in and said, well, no, I don't think I want a great big fire truck this year. I want a smaller one because it's going to be easier to run, easier to park, easier to look after, and it's going to get into more places for me. It's a good choice. They also come up with new ideas for staffing, how they're going to staff their trucks, what kind of equipment that they need. It all changes every year. It changes. The police has been a real eye-opener in the last few years. They hired a crime analyst a few years ago. Those who follow the budget would remember that. It's proven to be just a bonus for everyone. And we now have a lot of specialized teams in our city. And indeed, we are bringing 6 more officers on to prop up these specialized teams for us. When we looked, for many years, we looked for more and more officers, but so did everyone else who has an RCMP detachment in their city. And right across the country, they were looking for officers. Finally, I gathered Regina put on a whole other crew, and so they're spinning them out at, I think, once every 3 or 4 months, isn't it? And so we will actually, for the first time in many years, have a full complement for our detachment by the end of the year, which is really good news. I'd like to talk a moment about economic development. Yes, we put $500,000 into a fund for economic development, and I've heard that a lot of other cities actually have a whole department. We have 2 people and an assistant. The funds that we put aside there have to come to council before they can ever be used for anything. And those funds, I am proud to say, come out of casino funds. Because unlike some cities, we don't have a hotel tax. But money from gambling and folks that use the casino, that still is tourism money. So that is the appropriate place for it to come from, and it is not tax dollars. Economic development is important to us as we grow because we're in a great competition for business. Great competition for business. We need business here. We need people in our community working. The other thing I'd like to talk about is how respectful and excellent our staff have been. And we don't want to lose any of our staff, and we like to treat them fairly, and we like to acknowledge the hard work that they do for us, and in turn for you. We have had some staff for many, many years, and we've had new staff under Mr. Steblin's area that he's brought in, and he's so cautious how he hires, and everyone has to work with the team. And I'll tell you, I think in all the cities, and I sat on Metro for many years, I think we've probably got one of the best staff teams that there is in the whole Lower Mainland. So with all that said, we hope that the city is going to, the city people that are having to pay our taxes, our residents, are going to appreciate how hard and how many hours we have worked to keep the budget down to where it is. And we deliver it to you with respect and hope that you can appreciate all the work that's gone into it by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Towner.
Thank you. I as well don't want to duplicate what's already been stated, so I've kind of debauchered my notes here. I'll do my best to follow along. I do want to make a couple of points that may have already been stated. I want to start off, though, by stating that I knew that heading into my role as a city councillor that the budget process would be a challenge in a growing city like ours, where residents don't want to cut in service, but they don't necessarily want an increase either. How do you find that balance? But I want to emphasize to everybody that the staff we have here in the city are absolutely top-notch with respect to what they do. I want to express sincere gratitude to the E-team and especially to Sheena and Arlene in finance. We had multiple workshops and reports and one-on-one meetings, and our questions were answered, and we were given enough information to make the right decisions here. So, but I also want to express thank you to each and every one of you residents that got engaged in the budget process, either by attending a town hall meeting, participating in the Citizen Budget Online simulator survey, or by contacting one of us and providing input. This input is very important. So I've now completed my first year on council, and based on the emails I've received, phone calls, conversations I've had with residents, it's very clear that our citizens want more police officers, more bylaw enforcement, especially with respect to dogs, especially off-leash dogs, parking, and improved traffic and transportation. And I'm happy that this budget is providing for this. And also, in the 2015 City of Coquitlam Citizen Survey, which is deemed to be statistically significant, we were told that the top 5 city services, the most important to residents, are public works, which is drinking water and sewer, police, fire, road maintenance, and recycling and garbage. Well, the 0.73% for the 6 new officers and 32% of the new spending in 2016 is for police. So I'm telling you this because I want you to know that resident priorities were considered in this budget process and that the spending decisions were made in the best interests of the taxpayers. The city has also been very diligent in looking for process improvements and identifying opportunities for budget improvements so that services and programs are run as efficiently and effectively as possible. Nothing in the budget process was taken lightly. Because of all this, I'm happy to support this budget, and I also just want to say that in the 2015 Citizen Survey, 98% of residents ranked their quality of life as good or very good, and 96% are very satisfied or satisfied. And I believe that this 2016 budget will also result in numbers such as this, and I'm very optimistic for all that's ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. No other speakers? So because there's no one else that wants to speak? No one at all? Oh, Councillor Asmussen.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Very kind of you. I want to thank staff for all their hard work that they put into preparing this budget before it came to us. Our staff are required and pushed by our manager of finance, Sheena McLeod, to refresh and look through all their budgets to find savings before they come and ask for any new funds. And that's really something that's been pushed hard for a number of years, especially through Sheena and the other people in that department, to really look at our budgets, focus at them, look at how they can be as lean as efficient as possible, then make your request to council on what you might need and back that up. And they do a tremendous job of that work before that comes to us as council for our decision making. So I think I want to give them a good thanks for all their hard work and what they put into the budget every year. So thank you. Talking to the budget, I think we've done a good job. Are we always agreeable on everything? 100% no. But we work to try to build consensus and come forward what we believe, what we all can support and move forward with. When we talk about economic development, it's one of the key things that we must do in our city to help move our city forward. Part of our livability is one of our regions to have 70,000 more jobs in this city over the next 20 years to help support the growing population, having people working closer to home. Also, the tax base that you get by creating more jobs and investment here in your community comes back to you. An economic development fund is something that's very key to help pushing forward and getting jobs. I think as Councillor Reid said, that it's very difficult and challenging world today about attracting jobs. You cannot sit on the sidelines and expect somebody just to pick your city and show up and invest here. You have to work at bringing that investment here into your city. And so that's one of the reasons why we created a fund. If our economic development manager's out there and there's something that he thinks that that fund can help bring jobs and improve our economy in this area, he will bring it forward to council for authorization. No money will be spent unless council sees it and authorizes it, move that forward. So I think that's one of the safeguards to that, and I think it's very important that we work at helping improve our economy in our city. Most cities are doing today, and if you sit on the sidelines and don't do it, you'll be on the sidelines. This budget is a budget of certain issues, but we also have left off, I think Councillor Hodge touched on it, but it's more than that. We've left off some requests that we know that we're underfunding in certain areas. We know there was a request for component replacement of 1% that we're not dealing with right now, and that's because we're only right now looking after the critical components. And what is that doing to the lifespan of our facilities? We know that our parks department for park facilities came for 1%. We didn't give it that. We know that our facilities overall came, and we didn't give that for capital facilities. These are something that council will look at and start to work on a plan on how we're going to deal with some of these areas of deficiencies as we move forward. As has been said earlier, this is one of the 7th year in a row of low tax rates. I think we have to be moving forward and being sustainable in our operations. We have to come together with a plan to deal with these issues that are left there to be dealt with in future budgets, and will have an effect on our tax rates moving forward. The council needs to come up with a strong, sensible plan that we all can agree to on how we'll move forward on these challenges moving forward in the future. This budget is a good budget. Public safety has been one of the things I've campaigned on since I came onto council. Adding more police officers, dealing with prolific offenders and crime in our city is something our citizens have always spoken high of. We have a safe city. We want to keep it that way moving forward. So I think this is a good budget. It has a lot of good things moving forward. We have some future challenges. This council will work together as they have today on producing this budget to find the answers to those challenges moving forward. We have a diverse range of people, diverse opinions, but I think with this council at the end of the day, we will come up with the answers needed to help move the city forward. Thank you.
Okay, now there's no other speakers to this item. The question is the financial plan. All of staff recommendations, all in favor? All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Next item, item 10, pertains to the 2016 Fees and Charges Bylaw. Staff recommendations that council give first, second, and third readings to City of Coquitlam 2016 Fees and Charges Bylaw number 4578.
Moved by Councillor Reid, second by Councillor O'Neill. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 11 pertains to the 2016 Water, Sewer, Drainage, and Solid Waste Rate Amendments. Staff recommendations that council give first, second, and third readings to Water Distribution Amending Bylaw number 4636, first, second, and third readings to the Sewer and Drainage Amending Bylaw number 4637, first, second, and third readings to the Solid Waste Management Amending Bylaw number 4639.
That would be good. Moved by Councillor Marsden, seconded by Councillor Towner.
With separation.
Separation has been asked for and granted. Councillor Hodge.
My concern is on the water distribution amending bylaw. And I note that we're going to have a zero increase in the cost of water this year, and this is primarily a result of work by our residents this summer. You know, there was we had a water shortage. Our residents rose to the challenge. They conserved water, and that's one of the reasons we're going to have a zero increase on the water this side. But last year we brought forward a program where we are going to, over 5 years, shift the cost of water from multifamily to single family. And I understand the reasoning behind that, because that's really about the cost of the pipes. After all, water is really free. It's the cost of the treatment and more the cost of the delivery of it. But I find this hard this year to support it. I didn't last year, but I find it particularly hard this year because the savings in the water was primarily a result of the savings that were achieved by people not watering their lawns and restricting their use of water. The very thing that we have said is the reason why residents should pay more, residential homeowners should pay more than people in multifamily. And so I just find that hard to support this year, given that there are savings, but the savings really come from the work of those residential and single-family homeowners. So I did support it last year. I understand it. I understand the logic behind it, but I can't support it again this year. So that's recommendation 1.
Yep. Councillor Asmundson.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Hodge, and I agree on this one here. Now, Council made a decision to adjust the rates and move forward. So Council, not unanimous, but move forward on adjusting the rates. So when we talk about a zero increase, well, there's no added increase. There is not a zero increase. For a single-family home, they're going to see a 3.9% increase, and a multifamily will see a 5% decrease in their water rates in this year due to that policy that came to us right after an election, which some of us felt wasn't the right time to have it and didn't allow for the fullest of debate on it. But it's been passed by Council. I'm not going to vote against this because that's a policy at Council, but I want to notate that we are adding more cost to the single-family residential. As Councillor Hodge said, we're saying we're not giving an added increase due to the fact that they weren't watering, they weren't using as much water, which is kind of counterproductive to our asking them to pay more money. So I just had issues with that, and I want to point that out, that it's not really a zero for everybody. There's an increase and a decrease. And that's going to happen for the next 4 years onward. This is the first year of a 5-year pricing adjustment, so it'll be another 4 years of adjustments between the two. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid.
Thank you. I don't think this year changed anything for anyone when you're talking about the relativity of the situation. I know for a fact in the place where I live, the dollars that will have to be spent to replace trees and shrubs and lawns and that is incredible. So we didn't use a lot of water either, but we lost a lot. And I know a lot of people did, and a lot of our parks and everything, we lost trees. And so I think everybody chipped in here. We weren't allowed to use water either. I live in an apartment and I have a nice huge patio, and I'm not allowed to use water. Neither were anybody else in the apartment, including the gardeners, the landscapers. Any pools or fountains that we had all had to be turned off. So I really think everyone gave up. It wasn't just the residential homeowners and single family homes. It was everyone, whether you live in an apartment or a townhouse. So to take Councillor Towner's favorite word, kudos to all our citizens, because I think everybody didn't wash their cars and didn't water the plants and just gave the dog one little itty bitty bottle of water every day. And with that, we've done a marvelous job. So I really think it really hasn't changed, and everyone's contributed.
I know I continue to contribute. I still haven't washed my car. Well, I actually left it to my son, but he hasn't washed it either. I concur entirely. There was so many people that actually worked hard. The city spent money trying to educate and sometimes enforce the rules to make sure that we were able to get through a summer that was unprecedented. Unfortunately, it isn't the worst we will ever have. I think this is a new normal for Coquitlam, or perhaps indicative of one, where we'll have less water than we need. We're adding 1 million people to this region, or that's what's expected to move here in the next 25 years. We're going to have to look at reservoir capacity. I know that we're looking now as Metro Vancouver at a deeper intake into the Coquitlam Reservoir, which will allow greater capacity, essentially, or the use of the capacity that's stored there. But in the end, we're going to have to start looking at water as a scarce resource in a region that, on a day like today, seem to have no end to the amount of water. The problem is not that we don't have enough water in this region; it's that we can't store enough for 3 months or 4 months of dry weather. And as Councillor Reid just mentioned, we lost trees, we lost plants. Driving through the province, actually, we saw lots of communities that they lost the shrubs in the gardens around the shopping center and such, and that's an enormous cost for a great many people. At the same time, we need to look at how low flush toilets, all the kinds of mechanisms that residents can use, including rain barrels and using gray water from their kitchen sink into watering plants, those kinds of things. And we had so many people on social media, for example, trying to make suggestions on how they were doing it. And so this really was the 0%. It's actually, on average, our rates will not rise. They were scheduled to rise, but we opted out of it this year, largely because so many people really went to great lengths to protect this dwindling supply we had by the end of August, by the end of July, and all through August and part of September. So kudos to them. I will be supporting this as we move forward. Sorry, I used your word twice.
Kudos.
Councillor Towner, do you have anything to add, words that haven't already been said?
I just wanted to take a moment. I know a lot of people are at home watching this meeting tonight, and I just put this right in front of me. I want everybody to know that there's 3 sizes of carts for garbage. A lot of conversations I've had with residents, we're only putting this much garbage in their carts for the 2-week period, which is fantastic. Lots of green waste diversion and recycling. So you can downsize your carts and save a bit of money too. I just wanted to put that out there.
Absolutely. And there's one other service, while we're on that, there's one other service that's included in the garbage utility that a lot of residents don't realize. That you've got that couch in the basement that you want to throw out, or you're going to try and take it down to we'll pick it up. You call the number on your schedule, and up to 4 items per year, and it's calendar year, so December is the time when you should be trying to make sure that any of those items can get picked up. Don't put them on the side of the road and mark free. That was for you. Obviously, yes. Phone before, and they'll tell you when to put it out, and we'll get someone by to pick that up. Our contractor will pick those up. Seeing nothing else, this is the water, sewer, drainage, and solid waste rate amendments. All in favor? No, sorry. It's been separated. So the first, second, and third reading to water distribution amending bylaw. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Hodge and Councillor O'Neill are opposed. That motion carries. Are you separating the other two, or you're fine? Okay. And the other two, that's sewer and drainage amending bylaw 4637 and solid waste amending bylaw 4639. All in favor? All opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
Item 12 concerns zoning amendment bylaw number 4634. This is a proposed subdivision at 1041 Quadling Avenue. Staff recommendations that council give first reading to Safe Coquitlam zoning amendment bylaw number 4634 and that bylaw number 4634 be referred to public hearing.
Moved by Councillor O'Neill, second by Councillor Marsden. Any idea why all of Quadling? All at the same time. Okay. It's a Quadling question. Now, in the past, I have absented myself because a proposal was made that's a little bit closer to a property that I own. This one's sufficiently far away. They were both in the abundance of caution in any case, and I won't be absenting myself from this one. Councillor Asmundson.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. A couple of issues here that I have is that we had an application here earlier, and he said he went out and in here it says spoke to the neighbors. Well, speaking to the neighbors doesn't help us. If you really want to go out and get support for your application, go out and have a petition signed by the neighbors in the neighborhood supporting your application. Bring that to council for the public for all these items moving forward. It's a great help because when we had somebody said, well, I got support from the council, then when we came here, people said, no, they didn't support us anymore. It creates a confusing message for council. What I do see happening, though, in some of these issues is we're densifying areas by going to from one house to two houses with a suite in each one. And we've had an issue that comes up by council all the time about parking in the area and the density and the parking issues. So one of my thoughts is that we need to start dealing with some of the parking issues. We talk about it a lot, but we have these applications, and one of the biggest things, even we moved on to public hearing, at the public hearing, we're asking, we will talk about the parking and the issues around it. Should we, and this is for my comment or a motion to council, look at on RS10 lots where it's RT1 or an RS7, and I know Mr. McIntyre making desktop a report, that should we be allowing secondary suites in these proposals, or should we not be allowing, and should we defer these applications until we look at that type of issue? I really think that we should deal with this issue in these neighborhoods. We're getting a lot of complaints about parking in these areas, and I know council talks about large homes and some of our issues about it, but large homes keeps the density lower, and parking generally isn't an issue in those areas. But when we're densifying areas, and I'm just talking about in the 10-meter wide, not in anything larger, should we be looking at not allowing secondary suites in them to help build the communities? I would move a motion to that we defer these applications until we review that issue moving forward.
The motion by Councillor Asmundson, seconded by Councillor Zarello, is to defer until the future.
Would do a review of the issue of not allowing secondary suites in the RT1 or R7 or basically 10-meter wide lots.
Okay, the motion is to defer until staff report back on the question of secondary suites in these units. We'll clear that and go to Q. Can you ring then, please? Not you, Mark. I didn't, he did. I'm going to go to Councillor Reid since she had pushed her button first, if that is possible. Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Asked this question on referral or deferral. Did we adjust our bylaw so that the third, if there was a secondary suite, so that the third spot cannot be tandem? Is that something that's in our bylaw now? I don't know that we've actually done it yet, have we?
Through the chair, no, the bylaw still provides for that, but in working with applicants such as these ones here this evening, it's clearly a desire to have sufficient parking that's not in behind other, not tandem parking arrangements.
But it's their desire, it's not our rule.
Yes, the parking parking requirements allow for that, but with these applications, we're strongly urging that that layout provide for that free access to all three spaces, parking spaces from the lane.
This goes into a topic that I've wanted to talk about for a long time, about flipping properties, and people take properties, they rezone them, and then we flip. And they've got the zoning now to build what they want to do, but what you saw at public hearing is not necessarily what you're going to get. So I'm going to support what Councillor Asmundson is saying, because I want to have the rules and regulations under the zoning bylaw that no third parking stall can be tandem. So I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Just to be clear, I took the motion to be deferring the three items that are all like now almost identical on the same street. Yeah. So I assume that Councillor Zarrillo was of the same opinion that it was the deferral of all three items, which is awkward here. So we're gonna deal simply with the question of deferral of the three items as requested. Councillor Marsden.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against the motion to defer. While I appreciate there's challenge with parking, and I agree completely with Councillor Reid that we need to amend the parking bylaw to stop counting the tandem parking. I haven't heard of any discussion, so perhaps a question for our General Manager of Planning and Development. I've heard no discussion of looking at the RT1 zoning and preventing suites in it. No discussion that it was anywhere on the business plan. The business plan for 2016 is quite significant. I don't know that we've got the time and or resources necessary to go in this direction when perhaps the solution lies in the amendment to the parking bylaw that Councillor Reid has alluded to. Can you shed any light on that for me, please?
Mr. McIntyre.
Thanks, Your Worship. Certainly, we are in fact working on a report. I was reviewing the draft this afternoon. We're hoping to bring to Council next week on parking in the Northeast. This is a progress update. And what we're looking at now, get some ideas about, it kind of gets to Councillor Reid's point of making some adjustments, and perhaps in lot size or driveway layout to get away from those tandem parking arrangements. So that's what we're focusing right now. So with Council's indulgence, hopefully we'll have that ready for you for consideration next week. And at that point, maybe Council might want to revisit this or return to this, and if there is direction, then we would work that into our work program for 2016.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I really see them as separate entities. There certainly is a parking issue. It's across the city, and I think we can address it with the amendments to the bylaw to move forward and prohibit the construction of homes with suites in them in these zones. At this point, I think would be essentially putting the brakes on a significant component of the economic development in the city and the growth that we're expected to take on under the regional growth strategy. So I can't support that recommendation. I'm glad to hear we're going to look at the parking and hopefully as early as next week. Thank you.
I'm going to agree completely with that. Ultimately, the problem here is tandem parking. Every member of council, I think, has spoken about the tandem parking and how I have nothing against tandem parking as long as we don't count it. We don't count the second space as a space, because we know it won't be used in the same way that the space closest to the public right-of-way is used. In this case, of course, the drawings for these properties are the same as we've seen for every other RS8 drawing. Attachment 4 shows 3 parking spaces all the way across the back, 2 in a garage and 1 by itself. That's doable. It is tight, but it is doable, and we need to have the regulations in place so that we absolutely force the placement of a garage on an RS8 rear loaded. 3 feet from the, like 0.9 meters from the property line, rather than allowing it to be a meter or 1.2 meters from the property line, because then you don't have enough room for the third legal space, and then we end up with all kinds of issues when someone comes to us 5 years from now with a suite application, and we can't technically allow it because there isn't 2 extra inches for a parking space. We need to solve that. That can be solved relatively easily. I don't think we need to defer this in order to solve that. We'll simply make the changes long before this one gets subdivided and a building permit application comes forward. So I have no issue as well with secondary suites in these units. In fact, I think we're going to have to start to examine if there are other types of dwellings that we can put secondary suites in that haven't traditionally had them permitted. And I'm almost ready at this point to contemplate the secondary suite in a duplex. But certainly in a single family like this, we need to find a solution that includes more modest housing units in order to address some of the affordability issues that young families and seniors are having in our community. So I won't be supporting the motion to defer. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks. I had the same question as Councillor Marsden, so I'm glad he asked it. Do we have an idea about average car registrations through ICBC for houses in that area? Is it high? Is it low? Do we know? Sorry, I didn't give you any warning for such a technical question.
Through your worship, we can report back as part of the public hearing brief on ownership rates along Quadling and in the neighborhood.
Thanks, because I think it's a very well-intentioned motion, but I think to throw that at a landowner at the stage they're at now, where they're applying for subdivision, and for there to be a potential 4, 5, 6, 8 month delay at no fault of their own, I think is a little bit unfair and not right for us to do. So I don't think I can support that motion at this time.
Councillor Hodge.
I got my answer. There's 3 lots here, or 3 parking spots here, and they're not tandem. I completely agree with the counting tandem lots, but or counting tandem spots, but that's not applicable on this project anyway. It may be on the other 2, but certainly not on this one. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Mayor Stewart and Council,
You want to?
No, let's go let Mr. O'Neill.
Yeah, that's fine. I gather that he hasn't spoken since the motion to defer was seconded, so he is entitled technically, and I'll let Councillor O'Neill first.
Thank you very much. Add what Councillor Marsden said to what the mayor said to what Councillor Wilson said, and you have my position. I do want to say, Marcia.
That's
parking. Come on, guys. What is actually the bigger issue here? What is the bigger issue? The more important issue. And the more important issue here is working with developers to provide homes for people, to provide affordable homes. We have an affordable home strategy that we're going to be talking about later this evening, just a few minutes from now, unless I keep going on and going on.
Don't worry.
You
won't be able to defer.
Okay. So yes, you know what? I understand it. I get it. Parking's important. But my goodness, if you're gonna have a deferral motion, do it for proposals where there are tandem parking, where there's tandem parking proposals here, not for proposals where you've got 3 separate parking spaces in the backyard of all of these. As far as I recall, I don't remember seeing any tandem parking here. And as the general manager of planning and development said, you know, they are getting the message that we don't like tandem parking, and they're working with developers to make sure that tandem parking doesn't take place. And to link that to actually looking at not allowing secondary suites, my goodness, a home in this part of Coquitlam without a secondary suite, how affordable is that going to be? These secondary suites are mortgage helpers. We want to allow young people, young families, seniors, whatever, to afford to put down roots here in Coquitlam. And if we're gonna stand in the way of something like this, because, well, you know what, these secondary suites, we're getting a few complaints about them, and there are a few parking problems, and let's just stop the whole process. And so we're going to end up with monster homes, not my word, the word we hear out there. Instead, give me a break. Let's proceed with these, send it to public hearing, and let's find out what the people think about it as well. Thank you.
Okay, just for clarity's sake, the first application is a rear-loaded, 3 side-by-side in the back of the lot. The second and third application, that's item 13 and number 4 and 14, are front-loaded and quite creatively tuck the third car off to the side so that they aren't, none of these applications are tandem, but 2 of them are front-loaded. Okay, just to be clear. Councillor Rasmussen.
Well, thank you. And I think when we debate things, we need to be tactful and respectful. We talked about Marsh doesn't show any tact or respect to the other people raising an issue. And I think that's part of the decorum that we have to keep on council when we're debating issues and we have our opinions. I will say my issue of raising it was to raise the issue that keeps coming before us about parking in neighborhoods. Now, we have Quadling has 3 applications across the ways that we're densifying area. If we densify this whole area into this, which is going to happen, we are going to have issues of parking. Council needs to find a way to deal with parking in these areas because it's an issue, just not in Northeast Coquitlam, and this wasn't my issue raising about tandem parking. This is trying to raise the issue through the work plan to Mr. McIntyre about our parking and the densification and the issues that are coming with it. Or do we just say densification and parking, so be it, let it go? Our other issue is, the major issue we haven't dealt with, and I don't know how we deal with it, and I've said this before, people aren't using their garages for their cars. People are storing stuff in their garages and parking their cars on the street for causing a bigger problem. When we densify our neighborhoods, we're putting pressures on those neighborhoods. And we need to find a solution and to work with that in some ways. This will get defeated. That's fine. Hopefully that we will look at this issue and move forward. A secondary suite may be a mortgage helper, but there's a lot of evidence to suggest that a secondary suite in a house has also risen the housing prices also in the areas because people are, so there's a lot of stats that show it's an inflation in the pricing of housing also because people that couldn't afford that house now can afford it through a secondary suite and there's issues around that. But we have to find some answers. People come to us all the time and I've supported most of these developments moving forward. But there's this common theme here that we have to take seriously as a council. And the other issue is, and I've seen in different areas, where you talk about this third pad up in my area, some people may have it, but then some people take that back and close it in and make it as their yard and tell the person that's renting the place, you go park in the street because we've increased our backyard because the backyards are so small in this area. And I think Craig may know some of that going on also. So we may show it on a plan, but they don't wind up being that third parking pad in the long term, even though it shows on an OCP document and the neighborhood's left with those issues to deal with. So I know it's going to defeat, but one of my issues tonight on this was to raise the issue more and for staff and us to come back and look at solutions and find some better solutions on the parking in these areas. Thank you very much.
Councillor Zerillo.
Thank you. Well, I seconded this because earlier today we saw the strategic plan and we talked about the wheel of continuous improvement and how we have to stop and analyze and post-analysis. And the reality is none of these homes are going to be affordable for young families. Suite or no suite, these are homes that are up into the $1 million range. And I think it's time for us, we have a plan, I'm not saying they shouldn't be done, but I think it's time for us as a council to stop and look at what we're doing to these communities. There are people living in these communities that have lived here for a long time, and I don't believe that what we're doing is offering the balance of new and old. And I'm just saying for this one, I understand it's not tandem. I didn't vote in favor of the motion because of tandem. But if we look at these aprons, this third parking spot, if somebody is parked on the apron, this third parking spot can't necessarily get out because they funnel down like a hot water bottle at the bottom of these driveways. So I just want to put it out there. None of this housing is affordable, and to try to say it is really not not reality. And I didn't say nobody was going to buy them. I'm saying that exactly. We were having no inventory problem in Coquitlam. But what I'm saying is we shouldn't try to push people into other people's basements as an option for them to get affordable housing. It's not right. It's time for us to stop. I shouldn't say it's not right. It might be right. Let's stop. Let's have a look at it. Let's see what's happening. And as Councillor Asmundson said, it probably won't pass tonight to defer. We'll let all these go through, even though I know families that had a moratorium put on them when they were halfway through going for a duplex and a family home for just them, not to sell, but for them and their disabled parent. And they had to go through a moratorium, so it's not like we're setting precedent here. But I will be interested to see everyone's open mind if this comes to first hearing, because what I'm hearing around this table is we need to start thinking about the people that live in these neighborhoods now, not just the new people that are coming in. So, very emotional evening for sure. I never expected that Councillor Asmundson was bringing that, but I live in these neighborhoods, and these cars on the street are getting out of hand. It's not pleasant, and it doesn't make for a nice lifestyle. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Reid. You have spoken once already. I assume you're raising some question of clarification.
I'm trying to get clarification, if I may, from Mr. McIntyre. So my concern is that what comes to a public hearing isn't always what you end up with. So if this goes through second, third, and fourth reading, as it is, then whoever buys it, if it flips, can come and build the building to the proportions that you allow within the bylaw. But within the bylaw, there is no specific spot that is not tandem on any of those lots required. Is that correct? It is not written in the bylaw that the third parking spot must not be tandem.
Again, through the chair, that's correct.
So how do I remedy that before I put these three through?
Certainly, and that's a well-founded question. In these cases here, there's a rezoning that's being considered by council, a rezoning application that's being considered by council. There's a parallel subdivision application that's being processed by staff, and ultimately, if council supports the zoning, it would be the city subdivision approving officer would be dealing with that. Through the subdivision process, there is latitude in terms of setting conditions on that subdivision approval, and it gives us that ability. So I think the city is well within its purview. If
and protected in these three instances.
Exactly.
And then you're going to further bring this bylaw along so that it's incorporated in the appropriate zones.
Yes, this, the discussion tonight is very helpful in putting the finishing touches on this report coming forward next Monday.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to clarify that because these three I'm fine with. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, and for clarification, if we give it first reading, it comes to public hearing when?
At this point, I believe we're going to the January 14th or 21st public hearing. It's in middle of January, I believe.
Okay, and so we could after the public hearing defer consideration of it further if you haven't got around to fixing the tandem parking solution, or at least presenting us a solution that we can adopt. So on the zoning, we can reject that, or rather defer consideration of the zoning until any of our concerns related to tandem parking are once and for all resolved.
Precisely, Your Worship. At the close of public hearing, council has a number of choices that can be made, and one of those would be to refer it back to staff with direction.
Councillor Towner.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly that we do have to address the parking issues. But at the same time, we heard from residents a couple weeks ago who admitted that they filled their garages up with their stuff, and then they complain they park on the street, and then they complain that there's no parking on the street for their visitors. So we have to figure something out. We can't be turning down development because people they're choosing to utilize their space that way. So I agree completely. We have to have bylaws in place and whatnot, but I don't support the motion to defer this. I'm on the Homelessness and Housing Task Force, and we don't just talk about homelessness. We hear from delegations from Metro Vancouver and other delegations, and in this region, there is a rental crisis. We need more rental homes. And I think smaller homes with suites offers more than just a mortgage helper for the homeowner. It offers, these are nice brand new houses. I have a few friends that live in some of these, it was referred to as a basement, but they're above ground, they're beautiful, they're nice new islands and granite and bright and 2 or 3 bathrooms, dishwashers. I mean, these are nice homes. So there's nothing wrong with having this kind of accommodation for starter families or single moms or whoever wants to rent in nice neighborhoods with schools and parks. And I think we need to encourage more development of smaller homes with suites to facilitate this type of housing in our neighborhoods. I live in one of these older neighborhoods and with the bigger lots, and the houses going up are huge, you know, the 45% lot coverage, and they're $2 million, $2.2 million. And I would rather see 2 smaller homes that would house 4 families rather than one of these big ones. That's just me. I agree that we should defer this to public hearing, hear from the public.
Okay, on the motion to defer, Councillor O'Neill on a clarification.
Yes, thank you very much. I understand that one of my council colleagues took offense at a flippant remark that I made in an attempt to be humorous, and I want to apologize for that. I didn't mean to offend or insult anyone.
Thank you. All done. And that's the end of the speaking order on deferral. The motion is to defer. All in favor? All opposed? Councillors Wilson, Marsden, Towner, Reid, O'Neill, and Hodge, and myself are opposed. The motion fails. On the, we'll go back to QA on the motion before us, which is the staff recommendation. Councillor Asmussen, are you done?
I'm finished. Thank you.
Well, we're not going a second time here, so yes, you're done. Councillor Marsden.
Thank you. In driving through this area and preparing for this evening, I noted that this street, or this particular block of Quadling, I believe, has essentially every single home on the north side using perpendicular parking, something that we typically don't allow and we try to discourage. So just in preparation for the public hearing, if this were to pass and come forward, I'd be interested in staff thoughts around the implication of the street frontage improvements, the curbs, sidewalks that may be proposed, and the impact of that on overall parking in the street. Just looking at the number of vehicles here, appreciate this is rear entry, three spots in the back. Would there be harm, given that the entire street is perpendicular at this point? Would there be harm in us saying that's status quo? Thoughts for public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reid. Oh, okay. Councillor Hodge.
No, my question was answered earlier. Thank you.
Okay. My only comments at this point will be that our challenge right now is these may not be 2 affordable units by some people's measure, but the alternative, if we were to turn this down, or even if we were to defer it for any length of time or impose a moratorium, would probably be what some people characterize as monster houses or a very large house. And there's no question that at $2 million, $2.2 million, sometimes with 2 suites, because we know that that's the case just around the corner in a relatively new house that's on the market now, we'd end up with some real parking challenges in front of a very large house that is not affordable by any measure, not to young families or others. So I will be supporting this to first reading and hearing from the public at public hearing. The question is, first reading and a public hearing. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Next item, item 13, pertains to zoning amendment bylaw number 4599. This is for a proposed subdivision in 1107 Quadling Avenue. Staff recommendations that council give first reading to see if Coquitlam zoning amendment bylaw number 4599. The bylaw number 4599 be referred to public hearing.
Moved by Councillor Martin, second by Councillor Towner. Councillor Asmussen.
Thank you. The only question I have is, I guess, through either planning or engineering, is we had this talk about other developments in the Quadling Avenue at Marmont and the narrowness of the road at 7 meters there. And you notice with the overlay that there's quite a large house on that corner. Is there anything that we are looking at in the future, if there's any other subdivision there on that land or whatever, to fix that road problem? Is at both ends of Quadling actually on that one? And I know we're adding 4 houses, but we're probably adding, with suites and everything, 8 units in the traffic in there in that corner. I just have some concerns about that. Any future plans?
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Through your worship, at this point of Quadling at the 12.2 meter width, it's been deemed as this would be the width that we'll be moving forward with. But if the next application that we're going to be considering, item 14, there is a road dedication to widen it to a similar width.
I understand that, but I'm talking about the last property at the end that's not under development, but where our road comes down to 7 meters. Mr. Dozeki.
Through your worship, if you refer to attachment 4, on the left-hand side or also on the west side, you will see some dotted lines which outline the future right-of-way as well as curb line. So the anticipation is that should the property owners of 229 Marmont apply for the appropriate redevelopment, then our intention is to acquire the right-of-way and complete the road to a narrow road standard, just like at the front of the subject property.
Okay. Just concerns with the added traffic coming in on that narrow side. And is there any other measures to improve the safety on that in that area?
Other than ongoing checks of visibility issues, at this point we don't really have any other practical tools.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are the speakers? The motion is first reading and a public hearing. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 14 is the zoning amendment bylaw number 4600 for a proposed subdivision in 1113 Quadling Avenue. Staff recommendations that council give first reading to see if Coquitlam zoning amendment bylaw number 4600 and the bylaw number 4600 be referred to public hearing.
Moved by Councillor Marsden, seconded by Councillor Towner. Councillor Zerillo.
All of these, that there's this upside down water bottle type driveway. So can we just have some information about if there's 2 cars parked on the apron behind the garage, if the car on the left can get out and if the car on the right can get out of the driveway onto the street? That'd be great for public hearing. Thank you.
Okay. Motion is first reading and a public hearing. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 15 is zoning bylaw text amendment to the M1 General Industrial Zone in order to reduce the rear lot line setback requirements at 943, 947, 949, 951, and 953 Sherwood Avenue. This is bylaw number 4633. Staff recommendations that council give first reading to see if Coquitlam zoning amendment bylaw number 4633 and the bylaw number 4633 be referred to public hearing.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Asmussen, seconded by Councillor Hodge. Councillor Hodge.
Well, my question here is, I understand what we're trying to achieve here, but I'm just wondering if there's other this occurred because when we did the consolidation of industrial zones, we inadvertently or with unintendedly decreased the ability for the owner to develop these properties. But I'm just wondering, do we have other properties in the city where the same is going to occur through consolidation? And is this going to be dealt just as a one-off as they too discover this problem?
Your Worship, a very good question, and it's kind of jumped up and caught us on this one here. But once we went back and looked at what had occurred, unfortunately, you could see what was the storyline. I think, as mentioned in the report, as time permits, we can look at some other of these type of adjacencies where there may have been an industrial zoning and the properties next to it, the zoning change, because that's what happened here. Was the existing KMS Tool property went to the service commercial, and by virtue of doing that, it then upped the rear setback on the adjoining industrial lot. So we have to go. It'll take a little bit of time to go back and sort of retrace our steps on those lands through the industrial zone review, where there are those adjacencies that have changed, and see if there's any implications for that.
So is it better to address those as a zoning amendment, or is it better to address that as a change to the bylaw, to the actual zones?
Yeah. There's a couple of options there through the chair. I think first what we want to do is get a better handle on just the extent and scope of this type of issue, and then we could think about what would be the more desirable and feasible approach to resolve it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I've got no issue whatsoever with this. These aren't building code issues. Building code issues will be resolved otherwise. This is simply whether or not we think it's appropriate to have a setback that's larger here than it would be otherwise. And if we hadn't made those changes, and I don't believe that there's any imperative or public policy reason why we would want such a thing. So I will be supportive of it. Motion is first reading in a public hearing. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 16 pertains to zoning amendment bylaw number 4630 for a proposed subdivision at 960 Stewart Avenue. Staff recommendations that council give first reading to see if Coquitlam zoning amendment bylaw number 4630 and the bylaw number 4630 be referred to public hearing.
Moved by Councillor Marsden, seconded by Councillor Towner. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 17 pertains to official community plan amendment bylaw number 4594 and zoning amendment bylaw number 4595. This is for a proposed office use at 95 Schooner Street. Staff recommendations that council give first reading and see if Coquitlam official community plan amendment bylaw number 4594 and first reading in City of Coquitlam zoning amendment bylaw number 4595.
Moved by Councillor Marsden, seconded by Councillor Hodge. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Oh,
Odd that we would have to make an office building into.
I'm sorry, didn't see the second side of it. If we could add to the previous vote that in accordance with the Local Government Act, the council considered bylaw 4594 in conjunction with the City of Coquitlam 2015 5-year financial plan bylaw 4545. Might be the last time we refer to that bylaw. And the bylaw numbers 4594 and 4595 be referred to public hearing.
Sorry, the last vote I called included a public hearing, so. Okay, all of the staff recommendations together. Let's, all 4 staff recommendations at the same time. That's the motion before us. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
My apologies, Your Worship. I was falling into a bit of a rhythm there and planning through in 2 extra recommendations. I don't know what.
Well, and they said you didn't have rhythm.
Well, that's still true.
That's still true. Clearly, you don't have accurate rhythm.
Item 18 is an extension of the approval period for 4th and final reading of zoning amendment bylaw number 4473. This is a zoning bylaw text amendment to the A3 agricultural and resource zone and pertains to property at 1875 Pipeline Road. Staff recommendations that council extend the 1-year period between 3rd and final readings of City of Coquitlam zoning amendment bylaw number 4473 for an additional 1-year period.
Moved by Councillor Marsden, seconded by Councillor O'Neill to extend the third and final time period. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 19 pertains to housing affordability strategy. We have introductory comments by the General Manager of Planning and Development, as well as a presentation by the Manager of Community Planning and Manager of Planning Projects. Staff recommendations that Council endorse the Housing Affordability Strategy, HAS, as a long-term framework for addressing housing affordability in Coquitlam, following a phased approach to implementation as set out in Attachment 1 to the report. 2, that Council approve the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund use guidelines as set out in Attachment 2 to the report. The staff be directed to undertake and implement the 10 short-term high-priority HAS actions as listed in Attachment 3 of the report, and undertake ongoing HAS actions as staff resources and work programs permit. Or receive for information the Housing Affordability Strategy companion document as set out in Attachment 4 to the report, and that this report be posted, and that the HAS post this report, and that the HAS on the Planning and Development webpage send a link to this webpage to subscribers to the HAS project email listserv, and circulate this report, the Housing Affordability Strategy, and the 2016 HAS actions to the following groups for information: City of Port Coquitlam, City of Port Moody, Metro Vancouver, Tri-Cities Homelessness and Housing Task Group, the Urban Development Institute, BC Housing, Fraser Health Authority, and finally, that staff report back to Council on a 2-year basis on HAS implementation progress and additional future action items.
Second.
So I just invite the General Manager of Planning and Development.
No, you said he was coming, and here we go. Mr. McIntyre.
Yes, thank you, Worship. We've prepared a PowerPoint presentation. If Council wishes, it's about 10 minutes. It'll walk through the HAS package you have before you. I recognize the hour is late. You still have a lot of items on the agenda, so we're at your direction, Your Worship. If Council wishes, we can.
I realize that we're going to be tired, but I suspect that there's a lot of people in the public that don't understand this one completely yet, and there's a tremendous body of work that's gone on here. If you want to quickly go through your presentation, it would be fine with me, and I see some.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Just before I hand it off to Carl Johansson and Bruce Irving are going to walk you through the PowerPoint presentation. I guess it's with relief that we're here this evening. It's been a while in the making on this piece of work, and we're quite proud of where we've got this to as a package. And there's been a lot of discussion and, frankly, debate around this one, but I think we've managed to land with a number of directions that Carl and Bruce will walk through that I think will stand Coquitlam very well in dealing with this issue area. We're hoping that Council will support what we're recommending, and that'll then enable us to move on into what we've suggested is a sort of a 2-year time frame work program. 2 years to give us sufficient time to tackle a number of items, which, by the way, we would come back to Council before they got initiated. So they're sort of here in principle tonight, but we would come back before we launched into those to touch base with Council. But within a 2-year period to focus in on some short-term actions and to make some progress. Yeah, we think there's some real good opportunities there. So at the end of the 2-year time frame, we can come back, report on that progress, check in as to other items that we may want to tackle going forward. So that is our thoughts and our recommendations to Council. So if I could, maybe I'll just turn it over to Carl, and he'll start with the presentation.
Council. Bruce and myself are excited to be here to present an overview of the Housing Affordability Strategy, otherwise known as the HAS or the strategy. And we thank Council for the opportunity to present tonight in the midst of a very full agenda. So getting right to it, the HAS is intended to be a long-term policy framework that responds to Coquitlam's housing affordability challenges in a balanced, practical, and collaborative way. and aims to produce housing affordability solutions across the housing continuum, from non-market subsidized housing at one end of the continuum through to more affordable market units at the other end. We know that the city has a limited role in producing affordable units, and frankly, we can't go it alone on this. But the strategy is intended to show a path forward through proactive, immediate actions that involve leveraging our contributions, calling on partners, and also maximizing what the city can do to help overall affordability through its bylaws, plans, and processes. Before we get into the details of the HAS, it's important to note that it represents an adaptation or evolution of Coquitlam's response to this issue. Coquitlam has had an affordable housing strategy on the books for some time, and coming out of the 2007 strategy, there have been some significant accomplishments, including the 3030 Gordon Avenue facility and Como Lake Gardens. But this strategy's focus was primarily on subsidized housing and involved the predesignation of city land for projects, but without a timeline or commitment by other resources or partners to make those projects happen. Fast forwarding to now, the HAS, as I noted before, addresses the full extent of the housing continuum, by now also including actions that support market rental and affordable home ownership. It focuses on building partnerships with senior governments, nonprofits, developers, and others. It also identifies how the city can contribute in a prudent way through its assets and its regulatory role. Now, in terms of how the HAS was developed, it started with the creation of a background discussion paper that set the context and noted the affordability challenges that Coquitlam is facing and will likely to continue to face into the future. Identified the role of local government in affordable housing, and highlighted best practices from and noted some preliminary policy ideas. Following further work with Council, a policy framework, shown up there in green, was developed that included draft vision, key objectives, and potential actions that was then used as a basis for an extensive public consultation process. So speaking of public consultation, this program included numerous discussions with individual stakeholders, workshops with government, nonprofit, private sector reps, including developers, and a community information session here at City Hall. This feedback was used to refine and evolve the framework into the strategy. And it also indicated there is a sense of general support for the overall vision, objectives, and policy structure of the framework, which has now been brought forward as the policy background of the HAS. So the vision of the HAS that we have up there on the screen reflects the reality that the city needs to work within its resource capability, but also show leadership in forging partnerships that are key to creating projects that respond to a wide range of community needs. And out of this vision flow the key objectives, including Objective 1, foster housing affordability through innovation. Again, these are regulatory actions that the city can use to help increase the supply of affordable units over time. Second objective, promote affordable living. This is about helping residents increase their ability to pay for housing through reducing transportation utility costs, for example. Third objective, leveraging the city's Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. This is about using a key city asset to directly contribute to a wide variety of projects, and it provides a number of options to do so, and of course in partnerships with others. And this leads perhaps into one of the most important objectives. It's overarching, it permeates the strategy, is the need to build strategic partnerships. As having partners on board that provide tangible contributions and resources will be essential to the success of this strategy. Organized under the objectives and policy directions are 54 distinct actions, the majority of which have been brought forward from the draft framework, along with some updated and new actions that have been added based on consultation, consultation feedback, and they're shown in green in the HAS document before you tonight. These actions have also been prioritized and organized into an implementation plan to ensure this strategy is effective in producing results and doesn't sit on the shelf collecting dust. At this point, Bruce will highlight how these actions are prioritized and what key actions can be carried out over the next 2 years.
Thank you, Carl. Council, as been mentioned, what we're dealing here with a resource-specific strategy, one that takes an action prioritization approach. Importantly, we launch with 10 short-term high-priority actions. These 8 priorities we hope to initiate in 2016 and 2017. We have ongoing short-term actions, of course, and as our resources allow, we will attend to them. Our medium to longer-term priority actions will be engaged after a further check-in with Council in the 3 to 5 year timeline. And very important and not to be forgotten within the strategy is as much as we are declaring what our role is and what our job is to do, we are calling on others to make sure they contribute to the solutions that we need. To highlight our short-term actions, we know that within our regulatory land use framework, we need to make sure we're concentrating density where it's right to concentrate. And Coquitlam is unique. This isn't just about towers near SkyTrain. We have a wonderful brownfield opportunities to mix housing opportunities, mixed tenure, mixed choices, secondary suites. We can create real complete communities through our land use planning. We have a large number of strategies aimed directly at incenting through a regulatory way, encouraging market rental development. Important among these, Action 1.23 will be a review of our current bylaw to make sure that we can look at amenities, storage, and parking reductions, if appropriate, around certain locations. This would be for purpose-built rental. We're also looking, and have experimented already, with exempting rental floor space from maximum density allowances. Early feedback from the development industry is this will be a very impactful policy, something that gets us going right away in terms of the production of purpose-built rental. We look to employ regulatory incentives to preserve existing rental and co-op housing. That's unique because we haven't found too many examples of co-op housing, but we know it's extremely important that we address it from a city perspective here in Coquitlam. The idea here is we know that a lot of our older built stock is at the end of its lifespan, but there are things we can do within our regulatory framework to make sure they can fulfill that as long a lifespan and keep going as they can. Importantly, we will contribute a portion of our density bonusing into the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund as per the zoning bylaw. A bylaw council updates on when it needs to, so the document stays alive and our proportion stays as council directs. We are also recommending a series of Affordable Housing Reserve guidelines. We want to be transparent. We want to make sure that people know exactly what we want to do and how we want to go forward and how that application will go. We're looking to complete the sale of city-owned sites within the Northeast that previously our future was unsure with those sites, and contribute 1/3 of the proceeds from those sales to kickstart the HRF. And to make sure that money gets used right away, we're going to issue a call for submissions for use following the guidelines we hope Council endorses tonight. We will, of course, call for partners, not only to address affordability, but accessibility and special needs, where many of our partners are better positioned than us to take a leadership role. And we will issue an RFP for an affordable housing project at 1358 Coast Meridian Road to help spearhead some of the innovative products that our regulations will now allow. We hope that will be an important move forward to a real and built product in Coquitlam in the near future. As mentioned, the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, it was important that we have this fund, more important that we make the use of it clear and transparent. We have outlined within this package a way that would go forward. Most important is that we spelled out some criteria that would produce a report to Council for Council to review, making sure that we understand community history, community fit, the needs of the target population, and 6 specific criteria that we recommend to Council to consider in the adoption of the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. It's been a while coming, Council, but we believe that we've been driven by informed dialogue. We know we've had considerable Council input. That informed dialogue has allowed some 60 stakeholders who are well vested to deal with us on a regular basis and inform us on a regular basis. And we think the result is a broader approach than our former approach, but one that recognizes we must be efficient with our resources, and we must take leadership, but leadership within our capacity, within our role. We think, sincerely, that there are some best practice elements for the larger region within this strategy, and we hope that we have hit the target that you're looking for us to do. And if indeed we have, we hope we have an immediate and impactful strategy to move forward. And if Council feels that as well, we're asking for them to endorse the HAS as a long-term framework, but the specific concentration is on the 10 short-term priority actions, each of which will themselves come forward to Council. We'd ask for the approval or the consideration of the AHRF guidelines. We'd ask that we can receive for information the companion document. The purpose of the companion document is there were some items that we learned from our stakeholders and discussed we just didn't want to lose the history of. So as we go forward and monitor this strategy, if we choose to change things, we haven't lost that history. We want to circulate for information the HAS report package, continue some ongoing dialogue, as that is really the part of being a partner, is ongoing dialogue. And we commit to reporting to Council on 12 different metrics on the overall condition of affordability in Coquitlam on a now 2-year basis, including the progress that we've been able to achieve. That concludes the presentation. Thank you for that. Carl and I here are questions, as well as Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Irvin. Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you very much. It has indeed been a long and winding road to get to this point, and it's been more than 2 years. It was, I think, in the very first year I was on council, we started talking about this, and I think it was even talked about before then. So I'm really happy to get to this place. There's been nothing that I've written about on my blog more than this subject. This has been the thing that I've written about the most. I've talked about it an awful lot as well, and I will be supporting recommendations today, specifically because I think we haven't bitten off more than we can swallow here tonight. And we have recognized this as a long-term framework. It's going to be coming back for council if we see things developing that, oh, no, we didn't really intend it to go that way, or that's too much of an involvement, or that's too little or something. We're always going to be able to have an opportunity to revisit that at any stage. This is a policy. It's we have to have a policy by provincial law. We have to have a policy. It doesn't say what's in our policy. It could be a very limited policy. This is more far-reaching than I originally talked about 4 years ago on council, but there's been a lot of give and take on council about what should move forward, and I'm happy with this. But I do have a couple of questions and a couple of concerns that I want to propose. And the first thing actually is one of these little wordsmithing things. Our vision statement, the new vision statement, and I remember 4 years ago I talked about how overly broad our vision statement was. This vision statement, I think, is overly narrow in that it says the City of Coquitlam works within its capacity and in partnership with others to promote housing affordability, it's good as far as it goes, for all Coquitlam residents. To promote housing affordability for all Coquitlam residents. I would suggest that we really should end the sentence after, and by the way, that's on page 18 of the document. We should end the sentence after promote housing affordability, then it should be period. Because when we put in for all Coquitlam residents, we're essentially saying only if you live here already and are a Coquitlam resident do we want to make housing affordable for you. But if you're living here already, the housing is probably already affordable for you since you're living here, unless you're a student or child living with your parents and want to stay here, or unless perhaps you're living in a low-cost rental that will be demolished to make way for a condominium tower or a higher-priced rental. But even then, this is rather limiting. So I think we want to make housing affordable, more affordable generally for people who live in Burnaby to maybe move here. My son recently, until last month, was living in an apartment in Burnaby, and so it would have been nice to sort of have open arms for him. We want to make housing affordable here for you here in Coquitlam. But when we say for all Coquitlam residents, I know what you mean in this thing. I know what we mean here, and but words are important and precision is important. So I don't know if we could make an amendment on the fly or whether we're just going to take that under advisement. Probably just under advisement.
You can assure your son that he's welcome to.
Yeah, okay, well, but you know, it's an important message to send out. It's just not just for Coquitlam.
Okay, apparently it's not unanimous.
It's not just for Coquitlam residents. We want to make housing affordable for whoever we can, not for everybody. Nobody has the right to live here, but generally we want to make it more affordable. Now, I've got a more specific and a more, I think, important point that I want to make. It's about Objective 1, Policy Direction and Actions. It's on page 23 of this booklet. I'm not sure if it's the same page number in our binder. And this talks about what we need others to help with and to partner on. And we have a list of things for the federal government, a list of things for the provincial government. And these are all important. They talk about reinstating tax incentives, exploring rent supplements, reviewing provincial taxes, property transfer tax, so they do not impede the delivery of rental housing, etc., changing regulations around strata projects, create capital funding options, increased RAP and safer rents. These things are all great. However, you know what the number one thing is when we're talking about affordability in the Lower Mainland? It's all of these headlines here, and they go on and on and on, and I got a file that's half a foot thick on these clippings, and people are talking about what is the impact, actually, of foreign investment in Vancouver and on Vancouver housing prices and ripple effect all the way through the Lower Mainland. And so I want to propose that we add a request. So I think we actually have to send a letter to the federal and provincial governments listing all of these things we're already listing here, but also saying, please help us out here a little. Give us some definitive study on what the impact of foreign investment is on real estate, residential real estate in Metro Vancouver, and tell us what you might want to do about that. Other jurisdictions around the world have done a lot of different things, and if you don't want to do anything, tell us why in a formal kind of way. But, you know, we have, it's been a big political issue, but it's also Mario Canseco, the Vice President Insights West, wrote an op-ed for the Vancouver Sun in which he looked at public opinion on this subject, and as a very, very high number of British Columbia residents want the provincial government to act on foreign ownership. I'm not saying they have to act on foreign ownership. I just want to know, I want to find out something definitive from the provincial government and from the federal government. It was at least one of the parties running in the last federal election said that they were going to look into the issue if they got reelected. They didn't get reelected. I would like some leadership from the federal government on this issue as well. I don't know what the answer is, but I want something, a report from them, and I want us to ask for some sort of action in this area, something, as well as all these other things. So I don't know if the time is, if this can be a direction.
I'm actually
first a question. On these requests for the federal, provincial, and Metro Vancouver, was it the intention of the planning department to send a letter outlining these requests to these various levels of government, or were we just hoping that they would read the report?
Mr. McIntyre.
Your Worship, just a couple initial comments, and I'll hand it off to Bruce. These were, as Bruce touched on, there was a lot of meeting, discussion, consultation with a wide range of organizations, agencies, and senior government departments. So this doesn't come as a surprise. Some of this stuff is touched on in those conversations, and but also it's just putting it there more clearly and directly. On this idea of, or looking into the impact of foreign investment, I think that's gaining more currency these days, it seems, in the media and at the senior government. So if that is the will of council, that's something we can add to that list. We can work that into that. Our thinking going forward was, as part of the communication of the package back, is that we would follow up with those agencies. And maybe Bruce wanted to talk, because he was the one that was actually the front person in initiating those discussions.
Thank you, Jim. Through the chair. Council, our intention, including, for example, one of the short-term actions, which is number 9, which talks about calling on our partners, was to not only distribute this plan, but also to exactly that, address them what we need. Metro Vancouver will be developing their own strategy at the regional level. It's a perfect opportunity for us with the our act together, so to speak, to make sure we're communicating that. With regards to the larger communications, in following up on those short-term actions, In my opinion, that would involve a letter. That letter would come to council first for its approval, where if we missed an item, we could easily have that added at council's direction.
Thank you. Well, I would suggest, I don't know if we need a formal motion, that we do add that in. It could be consensus from council. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Clerk.
I'm going to suggest something, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes.
The recommendations, I haven't accepted a motion yet. No. You wrote one down, didn't you? Because I knew this was going to happen.
It was moved by Councillor Reid and seconded by Councillor O'Neill.
The overall.
The overall, the motion that Councillor O'Neill has just made now remains unseconded and is not.
And at the time, Mr. McIntyre was urging us to please, allow his, anyway. Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. One moment, please. One moment, please. I'm going to suggest that adding a seventh action on the staff recommendation that would include communicate to the various levels of government the actions set out, for example, on page 23 of the policy directions.
Mm-hmm.
Communicate those requests of other levels of government within the matters within their jurisdiction that impact on affordability in our region, in our community.
And is it presumed or assumed that letter would include the issue that I was just talking about?
I'll ensure it does, because these typically end up signed by me, so it will be including that.
Well, that's good. I would accept.
Is that the wording? Is that the wording of your motion?
Yeah. If we're sure that that's going to be part of that letter, that we're also going to be talking about this very important issue, absolutely. You like that?
But there was going to be a cover letter that needed to transmit over to the housing committee that I chair over at Metro, because I need some of these things incorporated in the regional housing policy that Mr. Irvin was just referring to. So I assumed that we were sending out at least three levels of government letters outlining the things that we were calling on them to do, since one of the action number 9 is actually call on those folks to do those things. And it's hard to do that from here in our chairs. So your motion is to send letters as appropriate to various levels.
Yes, and with the understanding those letters will deal with the questions surrounding foreign ownership impact on.
Okay, and so that motion is on the floor. I'm not certain if that last element will have consensus on this council, but the motion is to include that in it, and it's seconded by Councillor Zerillo.
Yes.
Anything else?
No, not on that particular one.
Not on that item, okay. The motion is on the floor to amend. And this is the new queue, is it? No, that's the main queue. There we go, a secondary queue. Any speakers on the motion to amend? Councillor Marsden, then I'll add me, and then anyone else.
I'll support that motion. The one piece I was noting on item 5 when it speaks to who we were sending the letters, so I know we were sending it to the City of Port Coquitlam, the City of Port Moody. 2 of our neighbors, that's great. Notable in their absence is sending a copy to New Westminster and Burnaby. I would encourage we send them to all our neighboring municipalities. So New West and Burnaby. New West has done some interesting things in the past and had some success with it. I think it would be nice that they see that they're not alone in this. And Burnaby has been at the forefront of press of late with regards to some of their challenges with affordable housing and rezoning. And I think they might welcome some good news on what their neighbors to the east are doing. So just include that as well.
How do you speak with your tongue like that?
Easy. Years of practice.
Because we're not asking them to do anything.
So I'm noting on item 5, it says the City of Port Coquitlam and the City of Port Moody. So I'm suggesting we add the other 2 cities, so all our neighboring cities that we touch are included in it.
Okay, so we're including 4 communities. Mr. Clerk.
I just wanted to offer to read out the motion prior to a vote, just so that everyone is
very good.
Clear. So moved by Councillor O'Neill and seconded by Councillor Zerillo is that Council send a letter to the federal and provincial governments regarding the need to study and report out on the impact of foreign ownership on Metro Vancouver housing affordability.
What I wanted, but I don't think that's what the mayor put forward.
Okay, so
that's fine. No.
So what the mayor suggested was that council communicate via letter to the federal and provincial governments regarding the actions listed on page 23 of the report that fall under their sphere of responsibility.
Can we combine those two?
And include a reference to the matter associated with foreign ownership.
Sure.
Yes, that was more like I wanted. You could combine the two, yours.
Any objection to the combining of those two?
Make it so.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, just to point out to the clerk, references to other cities appear also on page 25, 28, and 31.
We're just speaking to the amendment, and
Okay, you mentioned one page, so I wasn't sure.
I think when we come back to the main, yes. Yeah. So I thought just to stick with the original amendment put forward and to add Councillor Marsden's after, because I think it's a little bit too much friendly going on in the amending process. Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Okay. So we've combined the two that the clerk has just read out as being the motion to amend that's on the floor. I see no other speakers on the motion to amend. Actually, I had added myself. No, I'll leave it alone. All in favor of the motion to amend? All opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Oops. No, good. You still have the floor.
We'll return to the main queue.
Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you very much, and thanks for all that, and it's an important step we've taken. This has to do with the use of the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, attachment 2, it's spelled out there, and our the main recommendation, point 2, says approve the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund use guidelines as set out in attachment 2. Now, attachment 2 does speak, there's some specificity there, but there's also some generality, but there's more specificity on specifically page 50 of our, so leveraging 49 and 50 of our document here. And I don't remember ever getting to the depth of discussing the sorts of figures and the potential distribution of funds from the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund that we see here on page 50, talking about $10,000 a unit for secured rental units, deep subsidy units of $100,000 a unit, shared equity units of $50,000 a unit. This sort of detail, maybe I missed a meeting. We've talked about this whole issue a lot, but this sort of detail, I don't know where this came from exactly. And are we, in approving number 2, the recommendation, are we approving this guideline as well, these dollar figures, or are we just, does attachment 2 automatically say that page 49, 50, and 51 is also part of it? And we just want some clarification there on where we got these numbers and what we do if we approve number 2.
Through the chair, the motion refers specifically to the attachment 2.
Yeah.
The items in the document itself are an example and are listed as an example, and they are specifically, and I think the word example appears 4 times, as one possible calculation that you could do. We did use these numbers twice before with council and once at the affordable housing open house as well.
All right. So it's been out there before, and they are examples. Nothing is written in stone, let alone etched in the concrete of the sidewalk. Okay.
As applications will come before council, council will determine what are the appropriate leverages, and that will also have a lot to do with our partners. And that's why it's very difficult to predict or target. That's why all we can do at this time is sort of talk about potentials.
Okay, thank you. One last question, and that's the on the 10 points on number 3 of attachment 3, issue request for proposals for an affordable housing project. Do we know at this stage what we're looking for here? Are we looking for a market rental affordable, semi-subsidized, deep subsidy, nonprofit, or are we just totally open here for what we're looking for the public from issuing this call for proposals?
Your Worship, offer a few opening remarks that it's been kind of a long-standing obligation. There's this property up on Coast Meridian that comes with that sort of caveat on it. It's to be used for affordable housing. First through this process, and Bruce can talk about this a bit more, there was a lot of discussion, a lot of contact with a wide range of groups, as we said. So there's a lot of ideas. We were hit up with a lot of ideas. So we have that in hand, which is helpful. We'll want to go away from, if again, assuming the strategy is supported by council, go away and reflect on that. And then what we'd like to do, as I said, before we take these actions to fruition, we'd be checking back in with council, so there'd be a report that would come forward. There'd be some analysis in that. We'd have a recommended approach. And so before it was initiated, we would have that discussion and receive that direction from council.
So I guess my question put another way is, have you defined what, in this particular instance, what affordable means? Might it be that a private market person comes to you and says, you know, I can build really affordable 300 square foot units? I know that would be allowed. I don't think we've got any minimum size in Coquitlam for a unit in a building of some sort. And these are going to be really affordable. Sell me the land. Would that pass muster to start with, or would that be rejected out of hand?
Yes, through your worship, Councillor O'Neill, with the RFP being issued, we'd be open to hearing innovative concepts, but it would also need to be consistent with our OCP and all the bylaws that we have that would govern the type of development that we'd want to see there. But the Affordable Housing Fund criteria and the use guidelines and the policies in the strategy do allow for a range of innovative ideas.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I'm sort of going to bounce all over the place here. I will be supporting items 1 through 10 on attachment 3, because what we need is staff to be able to go forward with these action items. And we really won't know what we're dealing with until we actually get a couple of partners out there. And the more open we leave this, it's like the CD zoning over on the island. They leave it open and people come forward, so we know we have a affordable housing site. We know how big it is and we know what we might want for it. And I just hope that we get the appropriate partners and with an appropriate building that we're going to like. I wasn't planning on touching on this, but when you talk about foreign investment and foreign ownership, I would say probably 15 to 20 years ago in Vancouver, where we want to go with the feds is to the immigration procedures. Because at one time they said in order to come into British Columbia and do your business and stuff, you had to have a $250,000 investment, and I remember this. So instead of investing in businesses, they all came in and bought houses. And of course, those houses have since grown from 250,000 to 2, 4, and 6, and 8 million. The problem with asking the feds for this, unless they're willing to go to land titles and look at every transfer, they'll never find out the numbers. Because a lot of the properties here in Vancouver never hit a market of any kind. There's a lot of properties that people in my industry find and they just market offshore. No one even knows about them. The only people that would know is land titles. So I'm hoping if we go back to Ottawa, that inclusive in the letter is I would like to know if the immigration procedures have changed so that investment in British Columbia or any other province of this country can be in businesses other than them just buying a property, which is their investment dollars landed here, and there's no other contribution by the investor, and they most often, or quite often, leave their properties vacant, which does nothing for us. It does absolutely nothing. So I'm just going to leave that as direction, and hopefully we can incorporate it into the letter. I would like to talk about the fund's sustainability. I was not in favor of the way this fund was calculated. I thought we should have put more money in it in the beginning and not rely on just bonus density to continue to grow the fund, only because I wanted to have a decent amount of money available in case we did get someone that came forward and we could go sort of whole hog on this. I'd like to address number 4 on attachment 2, where it says breaking the cycle. Projects should be able to demonstrate some ability to provide an opportunity for greater self-sufficiency for the population it serves. This is one of the greatest sentences in the whole thing, as far as I'm concerned, because we have a lot of folks that are in rental now, and rentals right now are definitely not affordable to everyone. But what can happen with these folks with some of the ownership and housing affordability ownership opportunities, we can move them out of those rental places into their own places if we get the appropriate partners, and therefore we then free up the spaces for other people to move in. It's just like in the real estate market that we work in. The first-time buyers move into a first-time place, and then they double it and go into a second-time place and free up the first-time place, and so on it goes. So with that in mind, I do want to thank Bruce and Jim and Carl for this best practices. Thank you. That is great, because there is fractional ownership in here. There's all kinds of innovative purchase plans, and these are things. This is where we should be looking. This is where we should always be looking. I will point out at this time that I am not about to give away the city's money. I am happy to loan it. I'm happy to partner for a piece of the project, for a fractional ownership in something. This money belongs to the taxpayers, and I think all the taxpayers should benefit from this money, not just one or two. And I think there is places that we can do that. I think that's about all I want to say, except I do want to get moving on this. So I would like to see the letters go out that we've already voted on, with a little add-on about the foreign investment. I certainly hope that the feds have changed that so that there will be investment, will be true investment, and not just in home purchase. And leveraging the funds is going to be my big thing. If I have to give them away, I'm not going to support it. If I can leverage it by trading X number of dollars for taking some development costs off, will do. But the money is not leaving my hands. Thank you.
Well, and you mean figuratively. And you mean figuratively, I'm sure. Okay. Councillor Hodge.
Thank you. You know, we've been working on this for a long time. I think the report here references 3 to 4 years, and certainly it's been the 4 years that I've been on council. I know there was a lot of work done before then. And reading through this, and when I look at this in a couple of things, and first I have to say I think there's some really good stuff in here. I think it's innovative. Was one of the words that had come to mind. It's been used. Opportunities to partner. It's creative. There's lots of options, you know, and there's a lot of tools in this toolbox here that I think things that we can try, things I'm excited to try, and I hope that we can do them. Most of them are going to rely on partners and changes in how we approve buildings, and I think there's things that we can do on the regulatory side that I think are really going to make this work. When I break it down and I'm reading through the report, and we talk about, well, the difference between affordable housing, housing affordability, and affordable living. Affordable housing suggests subsidized housing, and that's going to be expensive. So I like where we've landed, where we talk about housing affordability, because to me, that housing affordability is a community's ability to provide a wide range of housing options, including market rental and subsidy rental and a number of different types of accommodation. I think that's important. I'm also really pleased to see that we've also addressed affordable living. This is something that I began talking about when I first came on the council, recognizing that we couldn't make housing affordable for everybody, but maybe there were things that we could do outside of housing to make it at least affordable to live here, and recognizing that housing is the biggest expense, but right after that is transportation and other things, and the ability to allow people to live in areas where it's affordable to live I think is one of the keys here. And you know, being able to try to put housing on transit routes and things so that people don't have to have a car maybe, and some of the other things are the ability to live close to where they work. But affordable living also, to me, it also comes down about creating jobs for people. And those are some of the things that we're also trying to address through our Economic Development Committee, a new committee we've set here. And these are some of the things that we're trying to do to make it affordable to live in Coquitlam, recognizing we're not going to be able to do it all on the cost of housing. I'm really happy with that part of it. Going through the different, some of the different pages through the report, a couple of things that came out. First of all, you know, making reference to the fact that the Affordable Housing Fund, the amount of money that would be needed, well, put it this, I'll back that up and sort of say the number of units that we would need based on the definition of you know, where the incomes lie and what it would cost to be able to live in Coquitlam, that we come up with the report says there's a shortfall of 6,000 units by 2023. Yet further in the report it mentions that if we were to fund units outright, we could only fund between 200 and 350 units. So we can't even make a dent on this on our own. And so that even if we put more money in, and I like to put more money in and do things, but we're never going to be able to reach that number on our own. And so that's why it's important to look for partners, look for leveraging, and look for ways to encourage the private sector to do as much of this as they can. And I agree with Councillor Reid. I think we want to use this fund to leverage it and stretch it as far as we can so we can create as many of those 6,000 units as we can. So I think that's one of the things that I want to see us do. And through some of the innovations that are mentioned here. A couple of things. One is just going through the report on page 26 on objectives and policies. It mentions item 3.1.4, direct a portion of density bonus contributions, roughly equivalent to 10% of the value of bonus mechanism to the density mechanism to the HRF. Sorry, I've scribbled across my hair. I'm trying to get it through here. But the point is, we've said 10%. It's not density bonusing. But what we're trying to get at here is it 10%, but it's actually 50% of the FSR rise between 3.5 and 4. Why don't we say that? Because the 10% seems very ambiguous. I'm just wondering why in the report we're not more specific.
Your Worship, let me respond on this one, because I think I was probably the person that coined the phrase 10 cents on the dollar of density bonusing. And it's a little bit of a hasty quip. That refers to this, if you're using the C4 city center industrials or a commercial zone, and you maximize all the density bonusing steps, it's at that step of the 3.5 to 4 FSR, and half of that, or 0.25, would go to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. So if you total up all the density bonusing you could realize in the C4 zone from the 2.5 base up to the 5, that works out to roughly 10 cents on the dollar. It's just a reference to that. In the other zones, it depends, like the RM6, it maxes out at 4. Some of the other zones at different levels. So
this is an overall aggregate.
Yeah. The more precise thing, though, is what we're recommending is the density bonusing as set out in the zoning bylaw currently that has that allocation at that step, that portion of that step that carry on.
Okay. Objectives 4 on page 30. Policy direction 4.3, advocate in collaboration with others for increased senior government support of local housing. And you know, that sort of, it starts with the letter writing. We've talked about making the change in 7. That's almost a council action. I think, you know, that's a case where we start dealing with other levels of government, not just staff, but I think that we have to, talk with our MLAs and MPs, and I think that part of that advocating is really a job for council as well. So not in the policy, I just want to draw attention to that this really is about everybody taking every opportunity we can to really be creative and leverage the money. Further down on that page, it's 4.3.3, create and maintain an inventory of affordable and accessible housing in Coquitlam, medium to long-term lower priority. And that's listed as a priority C. And I'm just thinking, shouldn't that be an A priority? Shouldn't maintaining the inventory of affordable and accessible housing in Coquitlam, can't we really, before we go anywhere, shouldn't that be sort of the foundation for this?
Your Worship, I'll ask Bruce to address that, but I also just want to use this opportunity to point out it's in the green font, so it's a bit of a new idea. It's a C priority, as we're often reminded, if everything is at A, then nothing's a priority. So we had to look at an overall balance between A, B's, and C's, and this is something that we will track, and certainly in the 2-year reporting back, we'd have some information on that, but relative to the other potential actions, we still felt it was a C.
And I can appreciate that. I'm just wondering, it seems to me that that's sort of the foundation or the measuring stick for how we're doing, and that I would want to make sure that we continue to gather that information. Okay, I'm going to cover it off. Here, talked about the importance of partnering. Thank you for putting in a piece on what other cities are doing, as I recognize the importance of that. And then the only other comment I was going to make is that on the fund itself, I know there's been some discussion, and there will be further tonight. To me, the challenge is we had some property up on Burke Mountain. I guess the previous council, when they decided to develop Burke Mountain, we had no idea. They didn't have any idea how the mountain was going to develop, and they placed some pieces of property up there, knowing that whole mountain was going to develop, and they wanted to make sure there's some affordable housing up there. And of course, in hindsight, now that we see how things are going, and we see that there's not lack of transportation. In hindsight, it's really not the ideal place to put affordable housing, certainly not by my definition of affordable living, because I don't think that you could live up there, albeit that the one piece of property on Coast Meridian that we've identified is near transit, such as it is, and I think that's in a good spot. I think it made sense for the other properties to be sold. I'm pleased that some of that money is still remaining in the fund. I like Councillor Reid. It would have been nice to have had more in there at the beginning, but I recognize that there's some compromises that we have to make, and that it's still one of the keys to me is the fact that we are putting some money from future development, that bonus, whether it's the 10% or how we want to calculate it. To me, I think that it's important that we continue to grow the fund. Yes, I'd prefer that we had a bigger base to start with, but I think the main thing is that we leverage what we have and start to try to create some of these units as quickly as possible. So thank you. That's all my comments.
Councillor Marsden.
Thank you. I'm not going to go into page-by-page detail of what we have here. You're welcome. I want to tip my hat. This is a phenomenal amount of work that has been undertaken, and it really addresses a space that a lot of people talk about, but I don't think there's a lot of action has been taken. So what I really want to focus on tonight is the fact that I'm thrilled to see that we're coming away with 10 specific action items that staff now have. While on council a very short time, the one thing I've said to staff is that the developers are looking for tools in their toolbox. When I worked with them as a banker, they wanted some certainty. So what's available to them? And so looking and saying that there is an array of options here, there's a suite of solutions that they can look and say, in this particular project, maybe it's parking relaxation, maybe it's DCC relaxation, maybe it's financial contributions. There's a number of options available. And I think that's the best part that's coming out of this tonight, is that when you come to your desks, probably late tomorrow morning because we're going late tonight, you're able to answer the phone and say, yes, hopefully our council has taken a position and said, we want this in our community. We want to work and create with developers, with third parties. We want to create the environment where there is affordable, livable housing in the city of Coquitlam. So I think the scope on this is tremendous. it really comes down to action items. Councillor Hodge touched on the sale of the properties in the Northeast and putting funds away for that. I think it was tremendous that past councils looked and said, let's set some land aside. And they set it aside at a time when the land was significantly cheaper than it is today, and without the certainty of what was going to happen. In the fullness of time now, we can look and say that those sites weren't ideal. While we could look out to the partners, they weren't going to have the transit services necessary for people that need transit to get back and forth to work in that reliable way. It just wasn't going to be sufficient in a timely manner. So I'm quite comfortable that we've taken a piece of those funds and put them away. I'm hesitant to look and say, as I think some other cities have looked and said, let's build a fund. And then they build a fund, and they've got the money sitting in the bank and waiting to do something with it and not taking any action. So I think it is the responsible thing for us to do is to have a piece of the funds there now, go to market, find out who's interested, who are the partners that want to be there with us, and then actually put the shovel in the ground and move it forward. Maybe we're inundated with requests that are just so spectacular that they address the need that we can look and say, you know what, the need is so great, we've got more opportunity. Is there more we could do? I would love to have that problem present itself to us, and would certainly enjoy working with staff to come up with a solution for that. But this gives us a tremendous starting point. I think it gives that flexibility. And as we saw just recently in item 4 here on attachment 3, it deals with rental space exemptions, maximum density allowances, parking. It gives us the options that we didn't have available when there was a proposal brought to us. So I think this gives staff the framework that they can answer the phone in a positive manner when we're approached, and we can move forward and build a much, much needed component of our community. So congratulations to staff on getting to this point, and I fully support these 10 action items. Look forward to moving forward with them.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. And thank you to all the community and the stakeholders and the developers and everybody who was part of this long and winding road, like Councillor O'Neill described it. I'm very excited to see this day. I'm very excited to have the strategy in place. I think it finally gives our staff some real tools to go out and make some things happen. So from that point, it's fantastic. I'm also very excited that it's a living document, and it's a framework, because I see this more as a starting point than something to than a static strategy. There's a lot that we can do. We live in some real tumultuous, changing times, and that's why I think it's important that it's a living document. Just in the last year, a lot of the decisions that were made for this strategy by council were made a year ago. And in that last year, we've seen some huge changes in our community, in the world. The affordable rental market has tightened considerably. Coquitlam has been highlighted as one of the toughest places in Canada to find affordable rental for a young mother. The cost of owning is skyrocketing, which is putting huge pressure on general rental, which is putting more pressure on below market rental. We have the Syrian refugee crisis that's highlighting the need for affordable housing and the lack of housing for people who live on the kind of assistance that refugees have. As a city, we have a much clearer idea of the kind of bonus density cash that we'll be bringing in as a result of a lot of these developments. Much of the bonus density money we're receiving is basically happening in the Coquitlam area, where we're going to lose 700 low-cost rental units. So at a time where we're trying to develop an affordable housing strategy, we are allowing 700 affordable units to be demolished. And we're finally getting a plan now to try to do something about replacing those. So I'm very excited about that. But who lives in those 700 units? low-income seniors, refugee families, new immigrants, and lower-income families who are workers in our Safeways and our Shoppers Drug Marts and all of those businesses around that Coquitlam area. And if we don't find some way to replace that kind of housing, what are we going to do for employees? So there's huge impacts there. Right? When we displace seniors, their families live in Coquitlam. Right? How often do you think those seniors are going to see their grandchildren when they live in Mission? Low-income refugees. Right? There's been so much focus on refugees here. Studies have shown that refugees are huge contributors to a community. Right? I don't agree at all with the government's policy of charging interest on loans and requiring payback of loans for refugees to travel to Canada. But what it has shown is that they are the most responsible people in our society. The payback rate on those loans are the highest of any government loan program we've ever had. Much higher than business loans, much higher than student loans. And what that shows is refugees are responsible, they are educated, they want to be part of a community, and if we don't have a place for them to live, we are losing out big time. So I'm very happy that hopefully we can do something to provide housing for people like that. The bonus density cash that we're getting in Coquitlam has been estimated to be $150 million. $150 million that we did not plan on having 10 years ago. We weren't thinking about bonus density 10 or 15 years ago. And this windfall to our city can allow us to do some amazing things. And we've already got plans on how we're going to spend that money. But it's a little bit frustrating that we say we can only afford to put 10% of that money into our affordable housing fund. When all the consultation that we did, 76% of the people said they wanted us to do more. When we had the public consultation at City Hall here, a huge majority of people wanted us to put more than 10% of the bonus density into the affordable housing fund. So I'm really hoping that I can convince our council here that we can do a little bit more. Right? We have a much clearer idea of some of this bonus density money. And since that time, we've brought in a new CAC, a community amenity contribution program for across the city. So more revenue coming in that we hadn't expected. We're increasing our development cost charges for new construction so that development pays for more of its own costs. And as Councillor O'Neill mentioned, we have huge plans for land sales in Burke Mountain. And when we made these decisions a year ago, we didn't quite understand the impact of those land sales on our land sale reserve. In the next 15 years, we're going to sell almost $200 million of land. $200 million of land. And if I'd known that, I think if most of our council had known that a year ago, I don't think we would have been so Scrooge-like in deciding to only put 1/3 of the proceeds of the sale of those 3 affordable housing sites into the Affordable Housing Fund, and the rest into the Land Sale Reserve Fund that's going to swell by over $200 million. So again, I'm really hoping that because this is a living document, we can improve on that, and maybe we can look at doing more than 1/3, because the ratio is just way out of whack for that. So there's 4 areas I just really want to focus on real quickly here. And
are they related to the bylaw?
Well, okay, that's
related. Great. I've just been asked to try to bring you back to the.
Thank you. Okay. I didn't time how long some of my other colleagues went, but they're.
No, but most of them stuck to the strategy, not onto.
So,
refuge.
4 areas. The amount that we're putting in from the land sales. When those lands were set aside 15 years ago by a very, very progressive council, people who understood what it took to create a complete community, they put those lands there because they knew we needed affordable housing, right? And as a council, if we decided to build on those lands today, we would not be taking the money out of the Land Sale Reserve Fund. So when we go to sell those lands, I think we really need to focus on why those were there and why we're selling them. We're selling them because they're in the wrong spot. We cannot provide affordable housing, sorry, we cannot provide affordable living in those spots. Well, how are we ever going to provide affordable living if we're only putting 1/3 of the value of those lands in our fund? I mean, it doesn't make any sense at all. If we care about building on areas where there's proper transit so we can have affordable living, we need to put all of that money into the fund so we can actually do something. But to be nickel and diming it really is tying our hands. The percentage of lift on the bonus density, I already mentioned, our community wants us to do more. The consultation showed that we want to do more. Other cities who are doing things on affordable housing are putting more than 10% in. And again, I really hope that as we go along here and we see the kind of money that we're getting with bonus density, that we can actually increase that 10% a little bit more. The third one is inclusionary zoning. We didn't have inclusionary zoning in our strategy drafts earlier on. Some of us pushed to have inclusionary zoning included in our public consultation. It was included in the consultation. There was a great description of the pros and cons of inclusionary zoning. And when the informed dialogue, as Bruce mentioned earlier, gave their feedback, the majority of people wanted us to consider inclusionary zoning, even though there was a great description of the pros and cons, a huge majority. And so I really hope, again, that as we go along, we can include inclusionary zoning in this strategy. And the last one is partnerships. The word partnerships appears in this document about 183 times. And I totally agree with it. Partnerships are extremely important. They're the cornerstone. They're the only way we're going to make some of these things happen. But the only way we're going to have partnerships is if we make it a priority. Last year, in the midst of all of this work on the affordable housing strategy, our city did not send one person to the BC Nonprofit Housing Authority conference. I went on my own, but nobody from the city was there. This year, we had one person go for 1 out of the 5 days. We cannot expect to create partnerships if that's the kind of priority we're going to give this. So again, I really hope that we can have an action plan on the kind of partnerships that are really going to make some things happen. Like Councillor Marsden said, the action plan is essential. And we have to have resources put there. We have to make it a priority, and it has to happen. There's a few spots in here that talks about, you know, when staff time is available or something like that. No. If we're going to do this, it's got to be a priority. And if we have to use some of the bonus density money to resource that position, then let's do it. But let's make some of these things happen. I had 13 pages of notes, and I haven't used them, and I'm not going to, but we have, I'm going to use my conclusion here. We have a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do some great things. Right? I agree with my council colleagues. Property tax revenue should not be going towards affordable housing funds. I totally agree with that. Our property taxes are high enough, and we cannot use property tax revenue to pay for affordable housing. But what we're talking about is not property tax revenue. It's land sale windfall, it's bonus density windfall, it's community many contributions that we hadn't planned for, and we can do something extremely special here. Right? We can have an economically responsible development, we can have ethically responsible development, we can have environmentally responsible development, and we can have socially responsible development by using some of this money that we weren't planning on to make some of this stuff happen. Right? We've never had an opportunity like this, and we won't have an opportunity like this again. And so this document, it's awesome, but it's a starting point. Right? It's something that we can work from. Our staff has done an amazing job of trying to accommodate all of our disparate opinions, polarizing opinions on it. And I'm really hopeful that over the course of time, we can work together, we can assess the situation, we can see where we're at, and we can improve on some of these things so so that we can really take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So thank you very much to staff for all your work. Thank you for the community for your consultation. My colleagues from the Homelessness and Housing Task Group that are here tonight. Let's move forward. Thanks.
Councillor Asmussen.
Well, thank you very much. It's a good document that staff has worked hard on. I think the key part about the staff has pointed out is the limited resources and ability that the city has in achieving this goal. The city is not going to be able to play a role in keeping housing prices down. We don't have that ability. We do have an ability to do some things here that within this plan that creates a framework of abilities and goals and achievements that we can work with. I do have some issues, though, within this plan on the objectives. It talks about 1.31, the DCC bylaw to increase housing afforded by charging the DC rates from multifamily to single family, just like we did with the water rates, talking about utility rates. So what we're doing is we're taking and we're increasing the taxes on other people and lowering them on other people. So we are adding a cost onto other people, a greater burden to other people than not others to fulfill this goal. When we talk about the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund and its ability to be funded, when we look at the issue of the density bonus, now historically what we have done in Coquitlam, forever since density bonus has been in here, we have used density bonus to put amenities back into those communities around that area to help deal with the increased density within that area. And that's been our history of doing that. Now we're planning on taking about 10% of the density bonus over 20 years at 25 million potentially, and putting it into an affordable reserve fund to help fund and leverage some of these projects. Now, the density bonus, if we're going to put amenities in there, we're going to have to then go back to the taxpayer to help make up those funds and to do that amount of money. When you look at, as Councillor as was mentioned, a lot of money going out, we could spend the whole thing, but we wouldn't do anything to help deal with the amenities or the problems with the growth and the extra people that we're putting in those areas. So, you know, I want to be clear with people that there's a cost to the affordable housing here. When we talk about land sales, we're taking an asset of the residents of this people. It's not free money, it's an asset. We're taking dollars out of one account, which is a bank account or a savings account of land, and we're transferring it into cash or into a fund. So what we're trying to do in a lot of ways is we're trying to tell the people that we can create and help solve the problem of affordable housing without you having to pay anything for it, which isn't realistic. You have to be funding, you have to pay for it. The people will pay for it in a roundabout way. That's just the reality of it. I personally propose, it's in the thing here, a levy of $25 or $50 per housing unit throughout the city, and you could cap that amount for over 25 years. That becomes a predictable, dependable amount of funds that the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund could guarantee on, not potentially what density bonus, because density bonus isn't guaranteed that revenue coming in, depends on the uptake of it. So there's not a full amount of that money guaranteed to come in, it's projections. But then the people in this city would realize that they're all contributing towards a fund. And when you look at the report here and you talk about consultation, and you talk about it, right in the report says on page 7, although the overall level of response from the general public was fairly low, stakeholder focus, which is people who are in that area and are very concerned about these people. But I think we have to be very more clear and upfront with our taxpayers, our general people out here, that when we take density bonus or CACs, these are also increased costs on housing in our area. And so and inclusionary zoning is another thing that increases the cost of housing. You're putting a greater tax on housing to fund other people's housing. So you're adding to the problem. when we raise DCC rates, when we're talking about CACs, which we haven't come to a conclusion on, those are costs that are added to housing, which increases the cost of housing. That's not the answer for affordable housing in the long term to keep increasing the costs. If we want to be upfront and transparent with the people of Coquitlam and people, there's a cost to affordable housing, a cost to us to be able to have a fund to leverage out. When you look at the costs of what Councillor O'Neill pointed out earlier, of the subsidies needed to create housing from $10,000 to $100,000, depending on the deep subsidy or non-subsidy for housing, and how many units you actually get out of that. So that talks to about the great cost involved in the need and the ability for us that we cannot do this on our own. We could take all our density bonus, we could take all our CACs and everything, we put it on there, we'd still have an affordable housing problem in this area. But I'm going to support this moving forward, but I want to make sure that we have to be very, very clear to the public that there's a cost to us as the taxpayer here, whether it's a direct tax or what we're trying to do is indirectly fund it without them knowing about it. And when you look at all the other cities, they're doing the same thing. They want to talk about affordable housing and solving it by giving impression that it's not a cost to the people. I think a levy of $25 to $50, especially $50, would garner more money into the fund, be a stable, predictable amount, and as we grow as a city, the density that we add would also be added to that and would increase the amount in the fund. I think that's a better way to go. I'm not going to propose that at this time. We're too far down this way. I do think the good thing about this is that it's a framework. It's going to come back to us, and we're going to have more looking at it. When we talk about the land, and we talk about the land in the Northeast, you know, we put aside some land up there, and we had an idea on more deep subsidies or special needs housing, not so much affordable housing on those lands up there. But we had two pieces of property, which I supported before any of these people came on council, was the Como Lake Gardens, 30 units for women's children's transitional housing, and the land for the 3030 Gordon. Those lands were never marketed or put aside, but we moved them in there. So, you know, you're getting into semantics here when you say, well, we have to take all this money. We put land that was never designated for affordable housing or any designation, but we moved forward on those areas to create a safety net. Something that we in the city should be doing is helping make sure there's that safety net there. Something I've always been very strongly and passionate about. My biggest thing is about transparency and clarity. I want to make sure the public understands there's a cost to affordable housing. And we seem to want to be doing it in a way that they don't feel that they have to pay a price for it. Well, that's not realistic, because it's a huge dollar and there is a price to be paid. We're just moving numbers around here. And so that's my issue about this. And when we did the Northeast lands and we had the lands up there, we have, and Mr. Steblin and them can show you, the financial plan for the Northeast include the sale of the lands to help pay for the facilities, the community centers, an ice rink and everything. That land was budgeted to be sold to help facilitate the building of those facilities and those things in it. You can shake your head, you can ask for the document. It was done part of the strategy. Well, if you take all that money away, what are you going to be borrowed to pay for it? So, you know, you're trying to shuffle the deck here on this. So I just want people to be more clear and transparent on this. I think staff overall have done a good job on building a framework that we can work with and proposals coming back. But the funds, as Councillor Reid, will be depleted because we're going to use the fund to take money out of it for, if we waive DCCs, if we waive building permit fees or whatever, that will deplete some of the money in there. So we're just moving things around, trying to give the impression. But that's my one big thing about this. We can take all the density bonus, we still won't solve the problem. So it's a big problem. I think staff has been very correct. When we have limited resources and limited ability, we need to leverage our fund, work with partners to achieve something. So that's my comments and my issues on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Zarillo.
Thank you. I've got 20 minutes of stuff here. I hope you don't mind. First of all, I want to say thank you to Bruce and Carl. I know the whole team has been working on this, but thank you, Bruce and Carl, for really pushing this forward and getting this to us by the end of the year. Because as Councillor O'Neill said earlier, It's in the press, where people are talking about it all the time, and we just can't wait another minute to take action on the things that are in this plan, because we're hearing almost daily about the housing affordability crisis in our area, and this is just a great way to start addressing it in Coquitlam. So I thank you for that. Councillor Reid and I have been chatting a little bit while people have been talking, and I mean, one thing that's obvious is there's a bit of blurry lines here in our housing affordability strategy. I mean, we've got our social housing, our subsidized housing on one side, and we have our housing affordability on the other, and I think the two of them need to be addressed differently. I remember mentioning it the very first time I saw this about market forces. My question was, what are we talking about when we say housing affordability? And there was a big groan in the room, and it was like, you know, oh, are we here again? But there's two things. There's housing affordability, and there's our subsidized, and I think we need to start making those the linear lines so that people have a better understanding. Because in my opinion, under the housing affordability is the market forces. And I was very pleased that Councillor O'Neill brought the foreign investment piece up today, because it's another thing. First time I saw this, I asked about adding the foreign investment piece, because these are the market forces that influence housing affordability in our region. And I'm glad he's added this one, and I hope to see more. I think we should keep, as Councillor Wilson said, this is a living document. I think we need to start keeping up with what are the market forces that are driving up the price of housing. We need to know what they are. I think someone around this table said we can't control them in the city. We can. It's do we want to? What did I have in number one here? Oh, so I'm going to go to the page 1, I guess, the recommendations. And just to talk about number 6, we talk about report back to council on a 2-year basis. Again, if this is going to be a living document, a lot of things change just in a year around this. You know, I don't have $1 million, and the whole foreign investment crisis, and we had a heck of a summer this year, selling season of houses in Coquitlam. So I think that coming back yearly is probably more reasonable at this point in time. I'm sure it's going to add work, but I would ask that to think about doing that. So that's the housing affordability side. That's about the market forces. On the subsidized side, I wanted to talk about 2 things. One was on the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund Guidelines, number 6. On the bottom, we talk about we cannot commit funds from the AHRF beyond the current available balance. And that's going to be a struggle for us at the beginning. What if a great project comes forward and we're down by $200,000 or $300,000? So I'm thinking perhaps we need some flexibility there, especially in the early stages. And it kind of runs into the other point I wanted to make on the subsidized side, which was a number of my colleagues spoke tonight about wanting this fund to be bigger, this AHRF, to be bigger initially. There was a lot of talk about it. And, you know, we have the ability to do that around this council table. I'm not sure if it makes sense. I'm not sure if the community is interested in that. But I would like to make a motion tonight that perhaps we take out just that item number 7 from the executive summary, page 3, that when we complete the sale of the 3 city-owned sites in Northeast, we direct 1/3 of the proceeds immediately. Perhaps we could pull that out tonight, and we could put that back to committee, and we could have a discussion about it in committee. I think it's going to have to be in the new year now. And perhaps we are all comfortable with the 1/3, but it just gives our residents the opportunity to send us some emails or to reach out to us when they see us and let us know what they think about that piece, because I think it says it's going to jumpstart us somewhere in this report. It says that's going to be our jumpstart, and let's find out from the residents what they think that jumpstart should look like. But I just want to say I'm just so pleased to see this work come before Christmas, and to put your neck out like this. I know it's, you know, you never know what you're going to get with this council. So to all of staff, this is amazing, and it's so timely. So anyone want to second my motion to send at least item number 7 from the executive summary back to committee so that we can have a discussion about whether this 1/3 is the right number? Wonderful.
I'm going to continue with the speakers list.
Yeah.
Don't activate for the amendment yet. Please. deactivate. There's two speakers left. We'll have to have a motion to waive the 10:30 closing. And I'd like to have that before the next speaker, because otherwise it'll be before me, and you're less likely to.
To waive the 10:30 closing.
What if I?
Okay, there's a motion to waive. Is it seconded? Okay, so we're going to be closed at 10:30
I
then.
know, that's why I'm not seconding it.
Okay, you know that we won't be able to vote for the thing then.
Just kidding.
Okay, so the motion's been seconded by Councillor Zarrillo, moved by Councillor O'Neill to waive. It has to pass by 2/3. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Councillor Zarrillo.
I'm done.
Okay. And we're holding that, your motion to amend. Councillor Towner.
That wasn't 20 minutes, Benita. Okay, so to start off with, sticking with my apparent word of the day, I just want to give kudos to everybody who's, okay, I didn't realize I said that a lot, but now I do. This strategy has come to fruition over many, many years, and I just want to give appreciation and acknowledgement to all the hard work that's gone into this. And so I want to start off by saying we live in a really, really desirable place in the world, in the country, in the province, even in Metro Vancouver. So people want to live here. So yes, it's supply and demand, and it is the market. We could just throw up our hands and say, it's a market issue, it's society, it's not a Coquitlam issue. And it's the market that causes homes to cost $2 million, and for an older 2-bedroom rental unit to be about $1,400, $1,500 a month. That is the market. But I'm glad that Coquitlam doesn't just throw up their hands and say, it's the market. So I'm just going to touch on a couple of things, because I don't need to repeat a lot of what's already been said, but one thing that I've discovered I'm really passionate about is the whole concept of rental. I touched on it earlier, but different speakers I've heard and different reports I've read, we do have a rental crisis. With the cost of buying home ownership going up so much in the last 20 years compared to income, and CMHC saying now that it costs at least 32% more to own than to rent, the new trend, if people want to live here, is going to be good quality rentals in nice neighborhoods, close to transit. That's just the reality. So I want people coming into Coquitlam to hang up their hat, start their family, come here, bring work, go to school, and we really do need more rental housing. So and the current conditions aren't supporting the construction of purpose-built rentals. So I'm very happy that many of the action items in this strategy address encouraging more purpose-built rentals. I'm all over the map here because I changed my notes. Sorry, I also wanted to just say that Coquitlam has done a really good job addressing housing issues just in the last not too distant future. I mean, the Como Lake Gardens, 30 units for single moms. The 3030 Gordon, the city donated the land for that homeless and transition shelter that's opening next week. The Housing Choices Initiative, where we're promoting housing options in the certain neighborhoods in Coquitlam. We're getting creative there and bringing more housing options into the market. Changing the bylaws, I don't know when it was 15 or 20 years ago, but for allowing secondary suites in single-family homes, and for realizing that the parcels of land up on Burke Mountain weren't suitable for affordable housing due to the location, not having transit services, jobs, and changing that designation. These are all very good initiatives, and I'm very proud that our city has done that, but I'm extra excited that there's even more really good stuff in here. While I'm on this, though, I think we as a council are going to have to figure out, what do we want more? Housing options, housing choices, rentals, getting people into our community to have complete communities, or Or are we going to stay obsessed about parking? Yes, we have to address parking issues, but tonight we discussed canceling or not even having secondary suites in certain areas. But you look at a lot of these action items and it's, you know, getting creative with lock-off suites and carriage homes and whatnot. Well, we're going to have to get our heads wrapped around what's our priority here, housing and a range of housing and more affordable housing, or parking requirements. So I'm just going to leave that at that, but I think we have to get creative. I really do think that Coquitlam can be a leader, so Coquitlam families and people can live here and not have to spend 30 to 50% of their income on housing. They can thrive, that people can hang their hats here, create a life for themselves. I really do see that this is possible. And, sorry, I think the framework is realistic. It addresses our limitations as a local government. And a lot of the items in here are really their leading edge. The Coquitlam really can be a leader in this. So, sorry, I'm kind of all over the map here with my notes, but I support this framework. I look forward to getting to work on it right away, sending out some letters, getting some proposals before us, and hopefully a year from now when we kind of look back at what we've accomplished in 2016 regarding this, we'll have a lot of successes to celebrate. So,
thank you, and I thank my colleagues for waiving the 10:30 so that I would get a chance to speak. Yeah, you didn't realize the law of unintended consequences. I get to speak. In 1989, I started a society called the Society for Housing Affordability in BC. It was at the time aimed at trying to foster a wider range of affordable housing options in the market, primarily in the market, although some non-market as well. And it spoke to councils about the kinds of barriers there were to housing affordability. One of the barriers was parking requirements. One of the barriers was amenity space, certainly barriers related to transportation, generally speaking, gold-plated standards for development, kinds of barriers that we sometimes get suggested are still there. And in fact, this policy tackles many of those. And so I'm really, really pleased that we're finally, as a community, getting to the point where we have an in-depth policy to be able to examine the challenges. And Councillor Tanner just mentioned, for example, so we had this debate a few minutes ago about whether or not we had enough parking on a single-family lot for 2 units, or we should just allow it to be 1 unit. And yet we've got a policy here that actually says we have to start waiving the parking requirements for rental. Well, that's what purpose-built rental. That's what a secondary suite is. A carriage home is purpose-built rental because we don't allow them to be stratified. So we know that that's rental, and yet it's one of our big issues with it is that perhaps we have to raise the parking requirements for that kind of rental. By and large, though, we have to be, as a community, we have to recognize, and we can't compromise very much on what makes a good neighborhood. We have to be able to face all those challenges and try to create a neighborhood where the conflicts will be minimized, and one of those conflicts that we run into an awful lot is parking. It's odd that when you get elected to council, the 2 things you'll deal with most are not the grand issues of society, but parking and dog poo. That's it. And parking is that big one that comes up at every single council meeting. And so we have to, I'm pleased that the report has so much, the strategy does tackle that kind of issue. Councillor Wilson mentioned a conference that he was the only rep from Coquitlam on. I don't remember you, Councillor Wilson, asking council to send a staff person to it. This year I was at the Canadian Housing Renewal Association's conference in Winnipeg. It's the first time I'd been to that conference in about 20 years because I used to go regularly. I was in the housing sector, and I spent 3 days talking to not-for-profit housing advocates and people who work in not-for-profit housing across the country, and talking about the issues that they have. And their issues are slightly different from ours, but by and large, they're share more commonalities than differences. So none of this is particularly unique here in Coquitlam. The issues are more pronounced now, and they're certainly heightened in the last few months as we see enormous jumps in the cost of particularly market housing. And I suspect rental housing shortly, because now CMHC has said that rental housing is a good deal, so some people will opt to rent, but we're not increasing rental housing fast enough. So the rents will have to rise in order to make the market work, and then things will balance out and rental housing won't be the deal that it was. So that will be another challenge. Councillor Wilson talked about the refugees, and I won't talk much about them, but I was in a meeting with Immigration Minister McCallum a couple of days ago, and he was asked what his three top issues to solve would be as the refugees arrive in Canada. What are the three top issues? And he said housing, housing, and housing, because that's it. That's the short term here, particularly here in Metro Vancouver. That is the biggest issue. There was a comment about the 1/3, and I'm going to have to address it. The 1/3 of revenue from the land sales on Burke and how it's cheap, or chintzy, or whatever it was you said, Scrooge. I will take offense to that, because as Councillor Wilson probably recalls, that was a compromise. I felt, as did some members of council. No, actually, those were traded off when we took, instead of proposing that the homeless shelter that we showed up on the screen at the beginning of the meeting would be built up on Burke Mountain, where the land was designated for a housing project. We gave a different piece of land for that project. The same thing at 528 Como Lake. That one wasn't on the list, and we gave a different piece of land. We could have given a piece of land up on Burke Mountain, but I'm not sure what 30 single parents would do up on Burke Mountain, where there still isn't a bus, in an affordable housing project. It would never get built up there. So I remember the council debate at the time said, well, these are the wrong pieces. We should give these pieces over here and convert those back. And then, of course, council changes, and there's only three members of council that were there at the time. And the compromise was, okay, why don't we give 1/3 of it then, even though none of it applied, absolutely none of it. In my perspective, that wasn't, we legitimately gave different pieces of land. So I get offended when you suggest I'm Scrooge, because I gave a piece of land that was much more appropriate and worth 3 times as much money as the piece of land that we're now selling, because it was much more appropriate. It was the only thing we could do at the time. Yes, I stand corrected. We leased the land for 70 years. Rather than give it to the province, we took a 70-year lease, so that I won't be mayor anymore, probably. But at that point, we can decide what to do with it 70 years from now, probably. It's not land sale windfall. Windfall comes when you didn't expect something. Councils years ago, they invested in land. And we get a windfall now. You could call it a windfall if you want, but no, it's actually the result of an investment by prior councils. This council made an investment on some more land. I hope 20 years from now, some council doesn't say, well, we just got a windfall. Well, you didn't get a windfall. It's the product of investment. Community amenity charges aren't a windfall. They're a method of building the amenities necessary to make complete neighborhoods. Now, my last comment, I promise. Let's say you decided as a society that medicine is too expensive. And we needed to find a way to supply some affordable medicine to some patients who couldn't afford it otherwise. So we put a tax on medicine. And we use that tax to make medicine more affordable. Well, that would be silly. I mean, if tuition is too expensive, why don't we put a tax on tuition and use the money to make tuition less expensive? That's where I've always said is that let's target a tax properly. If we're going to try to, you tax what's bad and you pay for what's good. You don't tax what's good, and housing is a good. Housing is one of the things that's good, and we want to not tax it to try to make it less expensive, because it's not going to work. That is my fundamental objection to that suggestion that we put more and more taxes on housing in order to build a fund up so that we can make more and more affordable housing, because we're going to need more affordable housing the more and more tax we apply to it. I appreciate amenity charges because it does raise the value of the housing by installing an amenity, but an amenity charge that goes into affordable housing doesn't raise the value of the housing that paid for it, and you shouldn't tax housing to make it more affordable. So those are my points. I'm so pleased that this report is before us. I won't give kudos, but I'm going to give tremendous thanks and tip my hat to the staff, all of them that were involved in this project. But not just staff. There were so many people in our community that had a passion for housing, that people that have worked for their whole lives in housing, that had a role to play in trying to work the economics out so that we can have a wide range of affordable housing options right here in Coquitlam, market housing options, ownership housing options. I haven't dismissed ownership because I still think it's the way that families can have the best chance of succeeding, whether it's a townhouse or some other ground-oriented or even multifamily. So many of our migrants are coming from cities where they didn't live on the ground floor. They didn't live with a backyard. They lived in an apartment building, and they come to Coquitlam and find apartment buildings that are so nice, and they buy into them, and they raise their children, and their children come down and play soccer on the Spirit Square because that's their backyard. I absolutely value that kind of housing as well. We're fenced in the Lower Mainland. We can't sprawl. We're lucky that way because we can't sprawl. We have agricultural land, mountains, ocean, and a border. We can't sprawl. We've got to densify, and the way to densify is to be really creative with the housing options that you do and not tax housing in order to try to make it more affordable. Councillor O'Neill.
To the amendment, I don't know if it's that time yet.
We're not there yet.
Okay, so
okay.
Take me off. Or...
Well, no, hang on a second. I see no other speakers. I think we're done, actually. So there's an amendment on the floor. Would you like to read it to me, please? Read it to us, actually.
The amendment proposed by Councillor Cirillo and seconded by Councillor Wilson is that item 7 from page 3 of the staff report be referred to a future council and committee meeting for discussion. I read item 7 if council wishes.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that what you're asking for us to do is to withdraw it from the motion. That the amendment would be to withdraw item 7 from the motion and ask a future council or rather council in future to make a decision on it. I'll go back to committee, and committee can decide on
So the ultimate effect on the main motion would be to affect bullet 3, recommendation 3, and it would be not to undertake and implement the 10 short term, but the 9 short term.
Yep. Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. Councillor O'Neill on the amendment.
Yes, I'll be speaking. I am speaking against the amendment, and my message to the mover and seconder is to be careful what you wish for here. As the mayor reminded you, this 1/3 came about as part of a pretty good day of compromise, discussion, give and take, and it's part of a package. You take out that piece, and that package could fall apart, and you could end up with less than you got. I told you I was not in favor of maintaining this fund, period. I was not in favor of, originally, of having any money from the sale of that land going into this fund. So, we reached a compromise, and I'm happy with it. I'm able to live with it, and you were happy with things that happened as well. So be careful what you wish for. If you want to reopen this, everything else is going to be on the table too. It's not going to be just this, because this is a keystone. This is an important thing. The Housing Affordability Reserve Fund is very important. Okay, so I'm telling you that. Now, the other broad point that I want to raise is that the sale of this land, and I've said it before, I'll just say it again really quickly, actually, in my opinion, improves housing affordability in Coquitlam, in the Lower Mainland, because it puts more, instead of having unbuildable land frozen in an affordable housing reserve of some sort. We weren't going to be able to build on it. We are now putting that land into the marketplace, and by so doing, easing the upward pressure on prices because there's more supply in there. So it doesn't deal directly with the affordable housing subsidized, but it does deal, I think, very specifically with housing affordability. I mean, that's the number one thing, is lack of supply of land on which to build homes. And here we're providing lots that were until now just sitting there and never really going to be built on for their designated use, turning that into land that will be built on, thus improving housing affordability. Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
I always wanted to take the money from the 3 sites in the Northeast and put it in the fund so that I'd have a large enough fund to start doing something with. But I did not want to put any more money into that fund from CACs or bonus density. And so you all thought, no, we want all the bonus density, so now you can start off with a fund that's only a third of the size. I guess it's be careful what you wish for, because I'm sort of going along with this, that you take a third of the fund, and I'm going along with it because you're getting a bonus density, because that was what the vote was. But I still think we're going the wrong way on it. So my way, we would have had these 3 sites, or the 3 sites that we weren't going to have, we would have had those funds in the affordable housing strategy. And then you've spoken a lot tonight, but it's not just about affordable housing, it's about subsidized housing. So also the taxpayers of this community have provided 2 subsidized housing sites as well. We haven't even added those dollars in to what we're doing. So as far as I'm concerned, the thing that we best do is take all the funds from the Northeast, put it into a fund, and cut it off. That's it. You don't want to do that. So you want your cake and eat it too, and the cherry and the mushroom on top. So there we go.
Doesn't even sound good.
I know, but it's 10:30 at night. And chocolate sprinkles.
Okay. I had similar comments. I remember a meeting where I was trying to convince council on 528 Como Lake, a piece of land that's worth way more today than either of the properties that we're talking about. So I would propose an amendment that why don't we just give the Housing Affordability Fund, I'm not proposing this is a little bit spurious, why don't we give the the fund any positive difference between the value of the land we're selling in Burke Mountain, any amount that it is worth more than the land that we chose at 528 Como Lake and the land that we chose at 3030 Gordon. Both of those parcels are within walking distance of SkyTrain. That's why I wanted them used for affordable housing, because it didn't make any sense at all to suggest that affordable housing would be at the top of the mountain. And so council agreed, okay, let's switch. We won't build up there. We're going to build the 528 Como Lake at 528 Como Lake with the YWCA. I feel like we've reneged. I think we've gone back and said, okay, you're right, that's a good idea. Plus we want 30% of that. And we get this compromise worked out in a committee meeting a number of months ago, and okay, fine, we'll compromise, let's do 30% of that, and we'll do some other things. I remember the discussion that included Councillor Reid's comment that she wanted to draw the line, let's amass a bunch of funds, do a project, and then that's it, no more. And the compromise was, no, okay, we will agree that 30% plus 10%, and away we went. And now let's revisit the 30% one, but not revisit any of the other discussions. I think this does potentially open up something that I really urge us to not go there, because in the end, I think we've been really, I think all of council got together and found a way to move forward on something in a common way, and I hope we can continue with that. Councillor Marsden.
Thank you. I think what we've got before us tonight is a result of a lot of discussion, and it's been a lot of compromise, and we're hearing some of that around the table. So while I would like this to be incredibly successful, I am aware of some municipalities that have put the money away and there's just no takers yet. So there's nothing to spend it on. So I like the fact that we're going to take a fund, we're going to support it with, in this case, a third of the sale proceeds. We're a city that is led by councils that clearly recognize that we've got a role to play, whether it be with 528 Como, whether it be with 3030 Gordon, or whether it be with actions that we're seeing before us now. I think what we've seen is that we have a willingness when the opportunity is there. So where I would fall on the spectrum is I'm comfortable at a third of the money now because we are continuing to build it through the 10% of the bonus density, because over time, in the fullness of time, that's really going to be even more money in all probability. The key is, what opportunities do we have? Now, we could look and say, well, let's put all the money in right now, because, and Councillor Zerillo's concern was, what if we were $200,000 short of a great opportunity? I'm looking around at my colleagues and how we've come to this. I would suggest that if we were $200,000 short on that opportunity that was just, we could make it happen, we'd find a way to make it happen. So I'm very comfortable saying, let's take a third now. Let's move forward. Let's see who wants to come to the table. Who wants to partner with us? I welcome them to come to the table and say, let's find something on the spectrum of housing that you want to build. Subsidized, market rental, let's open our doors to it. And to reopen the dialogue, the debate, the negotiation, by trying to press for this, in all honesty, what would be a small amount of money compared to what could fall off the table with the bonus density piece, as Councillor Reid alluded, I think it'd be the wrong direction. I'm comfortable that we do this now. It's a step in the right direction. It gives the tools, and as I said earlier, let's hope for great success and look and say, okay, what more can we do? Because the opportunity's there, and it makes sense to do more. So I will not be supporting the motion to withdraw. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
So, I just want to understand something before. Mayor Stewart, your comment about 3030 Gordon and 520 Como Lake taking the place of the 3 parcels of land up in Burke Mountain. This is my most passionate issue, and this is the first time I've ever heard it described that way. Nobody has ever told me that those 2 parcels are basically replacing the 3 affordable housing parcels in Burke Mountain. I don't know if anybody else has heard that rationale, but I've never heard that once until tonight.
I'll refer you to the committee meeting where we made this compromise, and I mentioned it then again, and I've mentioned it several times.
I've never heard it.
That the land up there was completely inappropriate, and we chose other parcels, both near SkyTrain stations, that are probably worth 3 times as much as the land up there.
It was never, my understanding was it was never a quid pro quo. So,
well, it certainly was in my mind, and it was the argument I made at the time.
I know they were the wrong spots, and I know Como Lake Gardens and 3030 is great spots, but so as far as I was concerned, completely separate situations. And really what we're talking about is 5% of the land sale proceeds that we'll have in the next 15 years up there, right? 5% more than what we're already committed. So when Councillor Asmussen says, well, we need to use that money for other projects, well, for sure, we definitely need to use that money for other projects, but there's going to be $190 million that we can borrow against extra in that land sale reserve. So it's not like we're ever going to run out of money. So, I think Councillor Zerillo brought up this amendment because times have changed in the last year. I gave a whole list of things that have happened in the last year that have changed the face of affordable rental. And I'm only talking about below market rental. I'm not talking about affordable ownership, although I totally agree that we have to do something for affordable ownership. Our crisis is in affordable rental and basically below market rental. And it's only getting worse. And so all of these things have happened in the last year. And I think in light of that, it makes sense to revisit the decision that we made at the time, because it's a living document. Everybody agrees that it's going to be a platform to move ahead. And when times change, I think you got to look at some of the decisions you made a year ago. So I'm very, very happy that this was moved, and I'm happy to support it. And I hope that if we don't get a chance to look at it soon, we will get a chance to look at it maybe in 6 months. But I think it's important to look at it. Thank you.
We're right on the edge here. One of the things that has to be dealt with in closed is the decisions related to the sale of land, and the decisions related to the purchase of land. So as one might imagine, any discussions that I might have been referring to that I can't elaborate on now, if this goes any further, we'd have to refer this discussion to closed. That's all. Because obviously you've asked me, I can't remember and such, and so I'm just okay. Fair enough, Councillor Asmundson.
Well, and you know, we have a lot of different opinions on this, and we come to this point by compromise. And this shows a lack of trust by moving this forward, because it says, you know what? We all came to a compromise. We all had some different opinions. And now that we've got this compromise and some people have what they think they want, well, now we're going to change the compromise. And I think that's a terrible way to work a council. I think it's a terrible way to be able to work as a council and unified on decisions moving forward. Because if you can't be trusted to keep a compromise and agreement, I think as Councillor Reid had suggested, well, or Councillor O'Neill, you open this up, you may get less than what you expected initially. And I think a lot of us had some different issues. When we talked earlier on, maybe before you came on council, we were talking about the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund paying back the land for Gordon and for the Como Lake Gardens as part of the deal. That was one of the requests out of that, to say, okay, we should make this fund. If we're going to take all this money and put it in there, we should then pay back the money for those. That was, and we had some other issues, and we had some other around it. May's idea about taking the land, capping it, no density bonus, we'll put this in, we'll do some projects. So a lot of people were in favor for that. We made a compromise saying we'll take 1/3 and we're going to do a density bonus. I have some great issues with density bonus and how we're going to use it. But I made a compromise on that. So did Councillor Neal and different people. And now you're saying, well, you know what? Yeah, you guys compromised, but you know what? So what? We're going to do something different now. We're going to change it because we want to change it. But it's all about trust. And you do this now and you eliminate the ability for trust and to make compromises moving forward, because people won't trust the need to make a compromise again. So that's my issue on this. And so I won't support this going forward, because it's the wrong way to be doing something. It truly is.
Councillor Cirillo.
Thank you. Lots of assumptions going around the table. Interesting. This has nothing to do with trust in my mind. It has to do with just listening tonight. I heard people around the table tonight say that they wanted the AHRF to be bigger. And I just thought that we could perhaps do that. So I thank Mayor Stewart for his comments, because his comments were wise and informative. But I have to say, I don't think threats have a place around this table. I'm sorry to say that I found that language rather threatening. I know it was said a few times, but for Councillor O'Neill, I'm sorry to speak that way. It's inappropriate, and I'd like to understand what the chair feels about that, because that's intimidation of the worst kind, to say that you better be careful what you ask for. And I'd just like to know what the chair thinks about that sort of language around this table, because I thought we were having an open and transparent discussion, only to be told that if I vote on this motion, that I better be careful what I wish for, in not a very nice way.
Yeah, I didn't take it as a threat. I took it as opening up previously arrived at compromise opens up the compromise. It's potentially the case that you get more than you had before. It's potentially the case that you get less than you had before. It's potentially the case that we don't arrive at a compromise at all anymore. because there was, and I can't go any further related to it because of the context of the meeting in which it took place, but it would open up the compromise, that's all. And and perhaps it was worded, and Councillor O'Neill has.
I think we should watch the tape, for sure.
And Councillor O'Neill has been forthcoming with an apology about something he said inadvertently, or said that he didn't mean in a certain way, and he is nodding perhaps that he didn't mean anything by this. Okay, so I'm left with, you asked me what I thought. I didn't take it as a threat. I took it as you're opening up a compromise that we'd already agreed to.
Well, I was under the impression when things came for debate that we debated them and we could have discussion. And, you know, I actually appreciate your comments. I think you're absolutely right. I think that's a wonderful way to put it. Not, you better be careful what you ask for. I mean, come on, guys, right? 4 people said tonight that they would like to see the fund be bigger. So I just said, perhaps we could take it to council or committee. We don't have to change it. We could ask people about it, and this is what falls out of it. It's very unfortunate. And, you know, now I'm in a position where even if I want to vote with you, Mayor Stewart, it's almost like, you know, I'm going to be intimidated down. And I'm very disappointed. Okay. Thank you.
I'm tempted to call a cooling off period here. I think the motion to amend was meant in good spirit. I believe the comment about, there's been 3 comments about, you know, this does open up the compromise, and I thought they were all meant in good spirit. I didn't take them otherwise, and so I'm hopeful that we can simply set aside that. Perhaps review the tape, that'd be fine, but in the end, set aside that and make a decision right now as to what's in the best interest of Coquitlam residents, because we're on a topic that I'm more passionate about than pretty much anything else. I want housing. Housing is the most important determinant of the success of families, and we can do a great deal with housing with this report and with other initiatives. Let's focus on the housing. Councillor Towner.
Thank you. I'd pushed my button before Councillor Zerillo spoke. I just wanted to speak up to say that I didn't perceive any of this as being a lack of trust either. But I'm also, my brain is all over the map here. I'm a year in. I've learned so much. And it wasn't clear in my mind either that even though I listed off those 5 those initiatives that I was proud of, I didn't realize it either. So couldn't we just look at the passion at the table here. I mean, Chris and I are on the task force together. Chris and I have talked a lot. I know his passion for housing. If he's unclear, couldn't we just defer this and talk about it? So I thought, well, why can't we just support him and give him that so we can all just embrace this wonderful piece of work as a council rather than being divided. Then, will that open up that we might lose? So then I wanted to encourage the 2 councillors, like, okay, 1/3 plus the 10% is probably longer in the more money in the long run than opening it up. But the temperature in the room here has shifted, and we're all so passionate about this, and I think that what can we do to move forward in a positive, collaborative way? That's my goal on this.
Okay, as we usually do when we're trying to figure out how to move forward productively, we turn to Councillor Hodge. Councillor Hodge.
Oh, I wish I had the answer here, let me tell you, because when I spoke earlier, I said that I thought more of the money from the sale of those lands should go into the fund, and I still believe that. But it's challenging because we've had previous discussions. We can't fully go into those discussions, but there was some give and take. And as I wanted more, as I appreciate Councillor Wilson did and Councillor Zerillo did. But as Councillor Towner just mentioned, at the end of the day, when I looked at the numbers, I thought that 30% of this plus 10% of the ongoing represented a greater portion than if we just took the money now. To Councillor Marsden's point, he's made a very good point, and that is if we need the money, and it's a good project, we can vote to do it. These are just guidelines at this point, for the most part, and I think that there's a lot of good work here, and I would hate for us to go back and open up, because I've heard around the table that there's a number of councillors who feel that this was part of a give and take, and that there may be parts of that they gave on that they wouldn't have necessarily supported that they did support. And I don't know that this is a matter of, some of you use the comment trust. I think that, this is the table at which the decision gets made. So I think it's quite appropriate to make that decision. I think it's appropriate to make that decision tonight. I don't know that by going back to committee to discuss this further, the outcome is going to change, because I don't sense the support there. What I do sense is that if there is support to do it, there may be the request to take other things back, because the support for this package was based on things that other people supported that they might not have supported. And I think the danger here is that we could open up a can of worms, and that's fair. That's a risk we take. But I think that it's important that we start to move ahead with this. I think it's important that we look at down the road the opportunity to put more money into the fund. I've in the past talked about some things that we can do with land sales and things that we can't talk about open right now, but there are maybe other opportunities to find ways to put more money into that fund from other sources. But my big concern here is that if we go back to committee, I think that some of the things that are here today could not be there. And in the end of the day, I think that this is a good package. Is it the best package? No. Is it as much as I wanted there? No. But this is further along than I thought we were going to get. And I think that that's where we have to use this as our starting point and build from here.
Councillor Reid.
Sometimes common sense has to prevail. All the items in these 10 statements here are things that we have decided with many past meetings. This is what staff has worked on. This is what they came forward. To me, it's a living document. We can change it in January or February or not. But right now, the important thing to me is if you guys want affordable housing, we're going to have to get off our butts, get this passed, give it to staff, let them get out there, and let's see what we get in. And if we keep playing around like this, this will never get out to the public. It will, I don't mean the public, I mean the developers, the people that can come and help us, the different groups that are interested in subsidizing and working with us. I mean, common sense, I think, tonight should tell us that let's get it out, let's get staff moving on with it, and if there's something you don't like in January or February or March, we can bring it back and it will land where it lands. But tonight is the night to get on with this. We've done enough of this. It's over.
Okay. You ever been in one of those meetings where you look around and there's people said, I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. I just don't care. I don't like those meetings. I like meetings where everyone in the room has a passionate interest and a deep, strong interest in the matter at hand, and I think we all do. All 9 of us have voices. We all have 9 sets of perspectives and 9 bits of history. So I appreciate the differences here. There have been some discussions in the past. This arrived because of one of those discussions. There is a motion on the floor to revisit it. I'm going to vote against it, but I'm going to suggest that that doesn't mean the end of it. The motion is, or what we're looking at revisiting is complete the sale of 3 city-owned lots in the Northeast previously identified for affordable housing, and which are no longer identified as suitable, and direct 1/3 of the proceeds immediately jumpstart the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. If this motion fails and we go ahead and pass that item number 7 as one of the immediate action items, Council can, upon the sale of those lands, decide that 40% goes in. We can do that. it's all up to council because the sale of the land would be subject to council approval. At that point, a motion could simply be made, and on the balance of everything, we could make a different decision than is on the paper tonight. Tonight, I suspect, counting up things, it looks like the motion to refer it back, I think there's enough interest in getting it done tonight, and I suspect the motion to refer it back will fail, but that isn't the end of it. It does mean that you could at any time try to redirect funds by motion of council to the reserve if you're going to have to make some case. Okay. Councillor Wilson.
Just point of order, I just feel like if this motion passes, it doesn't slow the process down. It doesn't prevent staff from going out and trying to make things happen. It's just looking at the percentage of the money from the sale. So in no way does this slow anything down. That's all I wanted to say.
No, the motion wouldn't allow the sale of the land.
No, we're saying sell the land. It's just depending on how much of the percentage goes to...
But the motion is to defer the item that says complete the sale of the land. So if the motion was only meant to allow that, and let's refer back the percentage to council, and that's a different motion, I think. Right?
Well, those pieces of land are on the market, and one is, anyways.
No. This is important because this is Mr. Clerk.
The motion was to refer item 7 back to committee, so it was the entire item 7 as expressed.
Okay.
Anyways, let's just call the vote because we're going to lose. So.
Well, no. Okay. This isn't about winning and losing. This is about trying to get good public policy, and I think we're going to have to call the motion. Mr. Clerk.
Procedural rule is that the person who moved the motion can't speak against it. They are free to vote against it.
And I never call you out of order if you speak against it either. Councillor Reid.
Well, if we're going to do that, then I need to withdraw number 6 because if we want,
Okay.
I mean, we're
Sorry, we're double debating the motion on the floor. The motion is on the floor. It hasn't been adjusted, so it is the motion to amend as put forward, which was simply to refer 7 over. The question is on referring 7. All in favor? Councillor Wilson is in favor. All opposed? I better count these up. Everybody else. And it's not because you're pressured. Okay. Councillors Wilson, O'Neill, Zarillo, Reid, Asmundson, Towner, and Marsden, and myself are opposed. The motion fails by a close vote. Now, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. That takes us back to the main motion as amended. So we have a new item 7, which covers the sending of the letters and the actions on page 23. In addition, Councillor Marsden suggested adding New Westminster and Burnaby to the list under item 5. I would like to consider that to be a friendly, as it just simply expands the scope of distribution, and if that would not require further vote to add those two. And that would leave us with the motion before you as amended.
That makes sense. Before we vote on that, I would urge staff once again, if there's 2 lists that go up to around 7 or 10, make one of them A, B, C, D, E, and the other one, because this item 7 is the new item that we've just added.
That's correct.
And the old item 7 is still in. All in favor? All opposed? And of course, we're unanimous because we agree about so many things.
Thank you. The next item is item 20, which pertains to Rochester Park final detailed design and budget. Staff recommendations that Council approve the Rochester Park final detailed design as per the report before you. 2, authorize funding for the optional amenities that had been included in the detailed design at a budget of $250,000 to come from bonus density allocation in the 2015 capital plan for Southwest Park development. And 3, authorize staff to proceed with project procurement and construction of the Rochester Park project utilizing the approved capital funding included in the 5-year capital plan for a total project cost of $4,355,000.
Moved by Councillor Marsden, second by Councillor Towner. Councillor Wilson.
I really love this park, and I can't wait till it's done. My only question was about the school drop-off. Right now, that parking lot is used for school drop-off, and I couldn't tell from these diagrams what's going to happen instead, because it looks like it's closed off and there's only one entry point and all that sort of thing. So could you explain the school drop-off?
We're going to chain it closed during school hours. Mr. Howley.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. We are making an adjustment to that parking lot. So currently the parking lot is accessed from the school driveway, which has created problems from optically. People believe it's a school parking lot. When there was a strike, we had issues getting into that parking lot because of picket lines. Just from a practical perspective, to support the park, the decision was made through the concept plan approval to have the driveways off of Rochester. However, keep in mind we are still in partnership with the school district. We are working with them to get access to other parts of our site. So there's lots of partnership opportunities here, including not preventing parents from using this parking lot to drop off their kids. But during busy spring time, for instance, there'll be some discussions around how to best use that parking lot. But it is being reconfigured so the access is off Rochester.
For sure, but the most up-to-date picture that I see has only one entry point and no way to kind of loop to drop your kids off. It just doesn't seem like a typical middle school drop-off kind of parking lot.
Yeah. Again, Your Worship, that's because it isn't. It is a parking lot. We are still allowing parents to utilize that parking lot, but we did not want to lose quite a number of stalls by doing a configuration that is entirely utilitarian for the school. The parking lot does work very well as a normal parking lot. It can be used. You park, you can walk your kids in, and you can come back. So we did have to make a decision around the number of stalls. There was a design with a drive-through, which we just lost too many stalls. It didn't make sense from a city's perspective, but we are allowing the school district to use it.
Well, I think that's great that we're allowing the school district to use it, but do you know if the school district has a plan to create a drop-off zone?
The school district has no plans to do their drop-off zone. The school district was utilizing this parking lot in a manner that was allowed and permitted, and we're still allowing them to use the parking lot. But losing 30% of the stalls was just something we had to consider.
Did we negotiate with the school
Yes.
district to try to find a solution? Because this isn't a solution.
From the city's perspective, we did. We are working. We are doing a ton of work with the middle school on planning play spaces that are complementary to what they're doing. They've been very supportive. They've been in all our working groups. They love what the park plan is doing for them. They're allowing access to our work vehicles from the westerly part of their site. And in exchange, we're having a seamless transition to the school, and we're allowing them to utilize the parking lot in a way that's still very functional to their school. So we have a very good relationship, and it's a very positive discussion and ongoing discussions with them on this reconfiguration, including the parking lot.
Well, and I don't want to, I know it's late, and, we do all kinds of work around schools to make the roads safe and to create a safe environment for the students. And by making this kind of change, we're actually making the environment a lot less safe for students by losing a drop-off zone. And so, on the one hand, we try to make areas safe, and by doing this, we're making the area less safe. And so the school district and the city couldn't figure out some way to make it work for everybody. Is that what you're saying? I'm not talking about the school, because it's not the school. It's the school district that's got to focus on this, doesn't it?
Through the chair, we've been working with the school administrators and the school, and there's no indication that this is an unsafe parking lot. This is a safe operating parking lot. It's not a drive-through, but the configuration of the parking lot needed revisiting. We had no access, in cases where we should have had access, and we had very little use of the parking lot when we're investing a lot of public money. This is not a point of departure between ourselves and the school district. They understand that this configuration can work for both parties, and we're working together well. So from our perspective, it isn't a downgrading. In fact, it's a significant upgrading of the entire situation for both parties from a total investment and functionality of the site.
I hope I'm wrong.
On that point, I look at the January 15th, that's attachment 2. Granted, it's not a detailed sketch, and it's pretty small at that top corner, but Councillor Wilson will recognize it because it does provide an in and a loop and an out, and clearly it's intended to include a drop-off component. Not a great one because it looks single lane and they sort of line up behind each other. And so at some point we switched from having a drop-off component to not having one. And yet I look at if you look at the aerial of the old, or you just remember the old one, we use the school's entrance on school property, presumably without an easement, and we came in and then we got onto the gravel loop, and then you went out the same entrance. So there was one entrance from Rochester into all of the parking areas related to the school and the park. Now there will be 2 entrances. There'll be separate entrances, one for the school and one for the park. And so I don't know that it's less safe, but I would wonder why we couldn't reconnect the parking lot to the school driveway so that we ended up with some element of loop without losing any of the parking, and by gaining a whole bunch of flexibility and utility, and not, I would hate to see something tragic happen and then everyone point the finger at the city for making a change to what is a completely unworkable situation now, but I don't want to make it less workable than it could be, and I think it could be more workable than the plan that's before us right now in attachment 5. So I'd have to agree with Councillor Wilson on that. I don't think that's something to hold the project up on, but maybe it's worth having a discussion about whether we can connect the driveway from the school to the parking lot that we're building, the west end of the parking lot that we're building. I don't know. Mr. Alveda.
Through the chair, the challenge with simply connecting that driveway is that now you get a driveway system, and now cars are looping, and you're coming in through at least the previous concept had an actual dedicated lane, which was understood to be a drive-through, which in fact was very, very inefficient. That said, if council wishes that this parking lot be adjusted to accommodate a drive-through, that can be accommodated. We would lose quite a number of parking stalls to the benefit of the school district. We're happy to look at the
I'm not talking about, I guess I haven't described myself right. So if you look at attachment 5,
yeah,
just get rid of that dead end at the west end of the parking lot.
And connect to the school district.
We haven't lost any parking. And if the school district wants, they could put a gate up that opens during school hours and closes so that it isn't connected to the school driveway outside of school hours, but it allows I'm just thinking out loud here that maybe there's a solution in there that the school district and the city can compromise on.
Again, the challenge with this is that as parents come in, they'll come in, and then they look for drop-off zones, and there are none. Essentially, you've got parking on both sides of that driveway. So it's not a drop-off zone. It's less safe than the current configuration. It's also less safe than if it was a drive-through, a specific drive-through as per the original concept. So from our perspective, at least with this, you come in and you park. You have your child, get out of that parking lot. You could do a drive-through, but again, a drive-through eats up the majority of that. And if you were to configure it back with the driveway, again, we'd have to do an entirely different configuration. It can be done if council wishes that drive-through be reinstated in some form.
Okay, the second issue I wanted to raise was earlier today we had a presentation by engineering about the success related to the cooler temperature asphalt, the UV reflective asphalt. And I wondered if if component, I immediately thought of my days working at swimming pools, and half the kids were bare feet running over very, very hot asphalt, and it seems to me that in park settings, it might be useful to consider a lighter, whether or not that's functional or whether or not it fits in. I think it seems to me its permeability might help us, and there are some other reasons why we might want to consider it. I'm not trying to design your park, but I'm trying to suggest that maybe we have a look at the lighter colored asphalt that we used on Mariner. And that was it for me. Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, I appreciate the explanation, because I've called up the satellite photo of Millard Metal and looking at these and trying to figure out if there's a way to make it work. I'm the first one to say, make sure that parking lots are open and that the school board is working with us, and I'd like to think that we're working with the school board as well. I acknowledge that this presents some challenges, and not being an expert in the field or being on site, I guess I have to take your expertise on this one. Although when I looked at this map, I had the same thought that the mayor does and that Councillor Wilson said, which is you've got that sort of dead end, that sort of hammer turn there. Why not just punch it through at the end to get the driveway? But I also recognize that it's such a short turnaround that 10 cars would come in and park and jam it up anyway, so it's not really going to flow. You might as well come in and park, because it's going to be a parking lot. It's just, I think, too short to be a flow. So I appreciate you've looked at it. I'd like to make it work, but I don't know if topography and a number of other things are on our side on that one. My question is on the budget for this. I appreciate that we've added some things back into the budget, because the cost was higher on the trail system than we had anticipated. And I'm just wondering now, as we get in there, we're doing the work, are we confident that we're not going to get any more surprises from soil conditions? And if so, are we covered? Do we have a fixed contract, or could we find that we're back to cutting some things because of overruns in another area?
Well, I'll maybe answer the first part of the question. We are at 95% drawings through the chair, so we're quite confident in the costs related to 95%. We're working very closely with our construction group in the strategic initiatives. I think James might be here as well today. So maybe I'll defer to Michelle and James just on the costing confidence.
Through the chair, with respect to the budget on the 95% drawings, yeah, there's a 12% contingency included in that, which the consultant and SI feels is applicable for this type of project. With respect to the trails, we're not expecting any surprises now. They are quite far along in the construction of that. I think they were hoping to be finished by the end of this month. So at this point, we're actually seeing some cost savings where they're getting down and recognizing that the places that they thought were steeper are actually, not quite so steep, and are able to put trail in there rather than stair sections. So I don't foresee any unexpected additional costs with the trails either.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Towner.
I just want to say I'm very excited about this park. And quite a few people that I've spoken to, I live in that area, are very excited. I think it's a really good use of topography with the 4 areas. I think it's really been maximized the use of the land to it's going to be a really unique park in a part of our city that's quite underserved with regards to recreational activities. So I'm very excited, and I'm also very impressed with the amount of consultation and outreach and input. I came in partway through the planning of this park, and even just meeting with the middle school kids and getting their input, and the public outreach has been very impressive. So I'm really excited about this park, and I look forward to grabbing my kids and the kids in the neighborhood and heading over there as soon as it's open. Thank you.
Councillor Morrison.
I'm sorry, I was just talking about Councillor Towner walking there. Oh, it's a long distance. Two items on this. I think the park looks great. The design's wonderful. I'm going to express my concerns again at the fact that there was this significant overruns in the one component with the pilings, and the fact that council was kind of brought into the loop a little bit late. So I really want to see if we can talk about what protocols we might put in place, because in this case we increased the budget to ensure that we weren't taking away amenities. Not a decision I wanted to have to make, but would have liked a little bit more lead time on it. In terms of the parking, I appreciate everything Mr. Eloeva is saying with regards to access. Having spent enough time by schools and watching parent behavior at drop-offs, I see one of two things happening, and that is parents either driving in here and trying to make a U-turn and drive right back out after they've dropped their kid off. That'll be a gong show. I was using a different term when I was talking to Councillor Wilson. Or they're going to pull in, the kids are going to be jumping out and running through the parking lot, and parents are backing out, and I just foresee an accident. And unfortunately, kids don't always pay the closest attention when they're running from the car into the school, especially if it's raining or whatever. So if there is a manner in which we can revisit that exit, and I appreciate, it's only going to hold so many as people loop in and come out. I get that, but that might be more manageable than having parents back into kids who are running through the parking lot, not looking to where they're going. So if it is a possibility, I'd appreciate that dialogue. To the mayor's comment with regards to the different asphalts, I think what we saw in the report earlier today was there's a degree or 2 degrees difference in terms of what we saw in the tests. I don't know if that's going to make a difference between how loud they scream when they run across it barefoot or not.
It absorbs sound too.
It does absorb sound, it does. But given what we heard about the cost of that particular product, I don't think we want to go any higher on this budget to bring in a different type of pavement. So my only piece will be that parking. So I'll leave it with you. If you could come up with a solution, that would be spectacular. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Questions before us? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item 21 pertains to Mundy and Chine's Integrated Watershed Management Plan. Staff recommendations that Council adopt the final report of the Mundy Creek Integrated Watershed Management Plan dated October 2015 and receive the draft final report of the Chine Stormwater Management Plan dated November 2015.
Moved by Councillor Rasmussen, second by Councillor Towner. Councillor Reid.
Just quickly, this is a really sensitive area, and is Joseph still here? Oh, there you are. Before you came here, we lost one of our taxpayers to Port Moody over there. So I am quite concerned about this. And, with the weather changing the way it has, the climate change that's coming upon us, I have real concerns about putting trails in the Chines. So the 3 areas that most concern me are the Chines, the Northeast, Burke Mountain, and the bluff above River Springs. And I think all those things I've questioned in the last 6 weeks, and hopefully everyone's paid attention. I'm done. Thank you.
Councillor Marsden.
Thank you. Just looking at page 3 of the report, and it speaks to, in the second to last paragraph, 7 properties were classified as high risk and received detailed risk assessments. If memory serves, there was some other analysis on another ravine and the impact on properties, and there was quite a bit of backlash with the neighborhood regards to the designation of high risk and implications. So I wonder if you can share your insight with regards to what's happened here, the information that the residents have got with relation to their properties, and any feedback or concerns that have been expressed.
Through your worship.
Sorry. Are there any considerations that should move this discussion to closed? I'll ask staff, because he's about to answer as to whether, because the residents involved may know everything, but I don't know.
My intention was to give a rather generic response.
There you go.
So in 2012, the city has gone through a landslide risk assessment for the subject area, which included consultants, experts in geotechnical engineering, and they came up with a qualitative assessment of the embankment they looked at, and based on their recommendations in a fairly high-level way, they identified some properties for potential further investigation. We did look at, we followed up on those properties, and we're in touch with property owners at the time. We also had a public meeting where residents were invited, and we shared the results of the study work to that date. And for a period of time, we worked with those property owners whose properties were initially identified as higher risk properties, and they had an opportunity to mitigate that. Subsequently, once we were at the end of the process, I recall that the city was satisfied that the risk of any of those properties was in the range of acceptable risk.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Hodge.
Some of this terrain in there is steep. Some of those areas that are ravines that I played in as a youth growing up in that neighborhood. So I know there's some great bush area there that's great for playing. But as I recall, some of the creeks that even at that time were streams that were dried up in the summer, but in the winter they were actual creeks there. And everything, and now looking at this map, I see majority of them, the ones that I'm referring to are Corral, no, it's on the other attachment here. The ones that are sort of in between Fresno and Thermal there, this is looking at attachment number 2. Looks like it's Williams Creek. Elgin House Creek, Corral something. I don't think this print's pretty tight here, but there's a number of them there that are flowing down in Dallas Creek, and they all go down into basically the same storm system through Port Moody. So I'm just wondering, in our discussions with Port Moody, has there been any thought to any of these being daylighted further down on the Port Moody end? I mean, there's about a dozen of them. Some of them feed almost into a single storm drain. I'm just wondering, historically, they've been there for years, but has there been any discussion with daylighting or doing more work downstream?
Through your worship, Port Moody, kind of as part of the study, they have looked at opportunities to daylight kind of certain water courses. I guess all the kind of pipe water courses are included in possible daylighting opportunities, but obviously that would be kind of, due to further consideration by Port Moody if they would or wouldn't daylight those water courses.
Okay, because I know
Thank you, Mr. Sung.
Oh, thank you. I just wondered how much of that had been considered. I guess it's, as you said, it's still something that can be considered. It would be obviously nice to work with them because I think there's some really good creek heads there, but it'd be nice to see them at least partway through be open and daylighted, at least right through to Burrard Inlet, at least for some of them. So that'd be my only comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Motion is adopting the final report and receiving the final draft report. That's Mundy Creek and Shines. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Next item, item 22, pertains to 2016 Metro Vancouver Board appointments and standing committee nominations.
Good catch.
Staff recommendations that council approve the following appointments to the Metro Vancouver Board of Directors.
For 2016.
Mayor Richard Stewart with 4 votes, Councillor May Reid as the alternate, Councillor Craig Hodge with 3 votes, with Councillor Dennis Marsden as the alternate. Further, convey to Metro Vancouver Coquitlam's interest in having the identified members of council as listed below sit on the following standing committees, task forces of the Metro Vancouver Board in 2016. Aboriginal Relations Committee, Councillor Benita Zerillo. Climate Action Committee, Councillor Benita Zerillo. Federal Gas Task Force, Councillor Dennis Marsden. Housing Committee, Mayor Richard Stewart. Intergovernment and Finance Committee, Mayor Richard Stewart. Intergovernment and Finance Electoral Area Subcommittee, Councillor May Reid. Intergovernment and Finance Regional Culture Subcommittee, Councillor Terry O'Neill. Performance and Procurement Committee, Councillor May Reid. Regional Economy Task Force, Mayor Richard Stewart. Regional Parks Committee, Councillor Craig Hodge. Regional Planning Committee, Mayor Richard Stewart. Transportation Planning and Governance Review Task Force, Councillor Brent Aspenson. Utilities Committee, Councillor Dennis Marsden. And Zero Waste Committee, Councillor Craig Hodge.
Moved by Councillor O'Neill, second by Councillor Zerillo. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 23 concerns council member appointments to 2016 advisory committees, statutory committees, and other bodies. Staff recommendations that council approve the list of council member appointments to advisory committees, statutory committees, and other identified bodies as set out in attachment 1 to the report before you.
Moved by Councillor Aspenson, second by Councillor Marsden. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 24 pertains to 2016 business plan priorities. Staff recommendations that council approve the 2016 business plan priorities identified in attachment 1 to the report before you.
Moved by Councillor Aspenson, second by Councillor Reid. Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you. I refer people to page 3 of 17 of the report, the summary of the key strategic risks. And I understand what the risks are, but I think they should be written more clearly. Certainly, risk number 1 and 2, a risk is the lack of timely decisions, a risk and lack of sufficient growth. But when we get down to number 9, the risk that we apparently face is the preservation of our leadership. I think we've got a pretty good leadership team here. That's not a risk. We want to preserve our leadership team. So I think we should be rewriting this. I know we understand what it means. The overall issue of preservation is important to us, but it should be stated in a parallel way from top to bottom that it's the risk is the lack of preservation or something like that, okay? And you can go that, there's a few other examples of that, but that was the most glaring. So try to find a way of going through that so it lines up to what the risk is. The risk is the potential for no leadership continuity, something like that. But it's a good list of lists, as I understand it to be. There's just one other point. So in page 7 of 17, we're talking about a risk is the lack of sufficient growth in or ability to sustain industrial and or commercial business sectors, major causes and impacts, existing controls and mitigation strategies. I think one of the existing, I'm not sure if it's a control or mitigation strategy, but it's a council policy, is the tax shift, that we do continue with the tax shift, and I believe we continued with it tonight as well. Hope something doesn't shift onto my head here from above.
Don't worry, it's nowhere near me.
Okay. So anyway, the tax shift should, I think, be listed as an existing policy or something that's designed to counteract that problem. I had a few other minor points, but, oh, hang on a second. No, those are the two bigger ones. Thank you.
That's it. No other speakers? 2016 business plan priorities. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Next item, item 25, pertains to Bylaw Notice Enforcement Amendment, Bylaw number 4582. Staff recommendations that Council give first, second, and third readings to Bylaw Notice Enforcement Amendment, Bylaw number 4582.
Moved by Councillor Reid, second by Councillor Hodge. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Item 26 pertains to the Vehicle for Hire Bylaw number 4540. Staff recommendations that Council give first, second, and third readings to Vehicle for Hire Bylaw number 4540. In accordance with the requirements of Section 59.2 of the Community Charter, direct staff to provide notice of Council's intention to adopt Vehicle for Hire Bylaw number 4540 by placing a notice concerning the same in 2 consecutive issues of the local newspaper, and give persons who consider that they may be affected by the adoption of the bylaw an opportunity to make written representations to Council concerning the adoption of the bylaw before the bylaw comes forward to Council for fourth and final reading. 3, direct staff to send letters to Vehicle for Hire businesses as defined in the bylaw and currency licensed to operate in the City of Coquitlam, and provide notice of Council's intention to adopt Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 4540, and the opportunity for those businesses to make written representations to Council concerning the adoption of the bylaw before the bylaw comes forward to Council for fourth and final reading. And finally, 4, direct staff to notify the Chamber of Commerce and other industry stakeholders of Council's intention to adopt Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 4540.
Moved by Councillor Asmundson, seconded by Councillor Reid. Councillor Towner.
Okay, so I think this is a really good report, replacing and updating a report from 1972. Needs in our community change, and therefore processes, policies, and services must change. And it struck me that the 1972 bylaw actually refers to horse-drawn vehicles. And this 2015 report, although it's not part of the recommendation on here, refers to ride sharing. And I just want to use this as an opportunity, talking of the changing needs, and one of our strategic goals in here about innovating to meet changing needs, about the ride sharing, that here in Coquitlam, it says right in the report, Metro Vancouver and BC, that these operations are unregulated. There's currently no regulatory framework for such transportation options as ride sharing, and I'd like to call on the province to bring forward such a framework. This is something that's very popular, it's growing, and I believe we need certainty within this form of transportation. And because transportation is in the province's jurisdiction, because the province is responsible for the Provincial Transportation Board, ICBC, and the Motor Vehicle Act, I'd like to make a motion that we send a letter to the province calling on them to bring forward the regulatory framework for such options as ride sharing. I want our community, our city, to have more transportation options. I also want it regulated for safety. As we are all aware, portions of our city are transit impoverished, and through my volunteering on Operation Red Nose for 7 years, I see firsthand that taxis don't always meet the need during peak seasons, and transportation options and safety are very important to me. So I think we need to send a message to the province that there is support for an increase in transportation options, and I want the province to know that Coquitlam joins in with other municipalities. Langley, Port Coquitlam, Vancouver, and others have sent a similar letter, and I would love for council to contemplate writing a similar letter to the province.
Okay. It is mentioned in the report, so obviously I don't think we need a notice of motion, but I will set it in abeyance right now while we consider. It seems separate from the 4 motions that are staff recommendations. So why don't we hold on to it until we deal with the 4 items? Are there any other speakers to the 4 staff recommendations? Seeing none. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. The motion on the floor now has been moved and seconded, moved by Councillor Towner and seconded by Councillor O'Neill, to send a letter requesting a regulatory framework. Any discussion?
Ride sharing.
On the ride share side of it. Okay. Councillor Zerillo.
Yeah, I was under the impression that this was going to be coming, and I wanted to understand can we also add something about the accessibility? I'm just trying to find the email that I received from Uber and what the work that they were doing, but I'm just wondering if we could add something in regards to the accessibility piece. I want to make sure that we're inclusive in that letter.
So including, ask for a regulatory framework, including covering issues like accessibility and, okay.
Because that's one of the things that for sure you want it to make sure it's accessible for everybody.
I see a nod. That's included in the text of the letter that we will send if this passes. I had a similar issue, but I know that, for example, Uber has made it known that they are testing some models that include a percentage paid by a driver that goes into a fund that allows some other driver to be subsidized related to the operation of an accessible vehicle, which to me makes sense. Although we have issues with the accessibility or the availability of accessible taxis in Coquitlam by our current operators in any case. I will support this. I think the province needs to step up and do something on this. I actually like the availability of lots of options. We've got one of our councillors who is instrumental in the driving force behind another option for folks to get home, although it wouldn't compete with this that much because it's trying to get your car home as well. But Operation Red Nose is aimed at the strategy of trying to provide lots of options so people don't get in their car and drive home. Uber is another option, and it has been shown and that range of options has been shown to lower the number of folks that make the stupid decision to endanger lives by climbing behind the wheel when they shouldn't. So more and more options, I think, make sense, and it's going to require a regulatory framework, so I think the letter is well placed. Councillor Marsden.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this. I believe UBCM, there was a motion with regards to supporting rideshare and Uber, and I think the press that's been out there, the discussion that's been held at the provincial level, I think there's clearly a message that there's a desire for it. I don't know that we need to utilize our time telling the senior government what to do on this particular topic. I think they've heard loud and clear from the people. Would I love to see rideshare? Absolutely. But this is more stating with principle that I really think we need to focus our energies and efforts on the things that we have immediate control over. And so I'm going to vote against this particular motion. Thanks.
Okay. You're aware that local government does have control over chauffeurs' licensing elements, and we can't extend them.
Enough information.
Got it? Okay, fair enough. In any case, the motion's on the floor. Send a letter. All in favor? Opposed? Carried virtually unanimously. With Councillor Marsden opposed. Good.
Next item, item 27, concerns the Metro Vancouver Board and Brief for their meeting of October 30th, 2015. Our council representatives are available to respond to questions, and the staff recommendations that council receive the brief for information.
Moved by Councillor Asmundson, seconded by Councillor Wilson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
It's like council didn't want the party to end.
it's like, yeah, come on, we can stretch it to midnight. After midnight.
Item 28 concerns the Metro Vancouver Board and Brief for its meeting November 27th, 2015. Again, council representatives are available to respond to questions, and staff recommendations, the council received the brief for information.
Moved by Councillor Hodge. Second by Councillor Reid. I'll just raise the campaign that Metro Vancouver is undergoing right now for Create Memories, Not Garbage. I know that's over Christmas. We want people to contemplate tickets to the theater or something rather than creating a whole bunch of garbage, paperless tickets to the theater, digital tickets. And so, and anyway, that's one of the great, I think, really good campaigns that Metro Vancouver is doing. You still want yours wrapped. I promise all of the gifts I give you this Christmas will be wrapped. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Moved. Seconded by Councillor Tanner. Moved by Councillor Asmussen, sorry. To adjourn? All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. As per our council procedure bylaw, why don't we come up and ask you questions? Are there any questions from tonight's audience? I'll tell you, when she picked up the agenda this morning, she wanted help with it down to her car. Any questions for the audience? Any questions at all? Thank you all for coming.